it's her I'm worried about. I'm not worried about it.
Right. Rightfully so. Okay. To get out. A pen. I have all my things. I know. I'm like pink pen today.
Thank you. Thank you.
At 9:10.
Sure.
Commissioners, we ready? Good morning. It is 9:10, Thursday, March 13, 2025, and I am calling to order the meeting of the Los Angeles Probation Oversight Commission. I am Eduardo Mundo, Chair of the Commission. Welcome, and we look forward to hearing from our panelists, commissioners, probation officers, the public today on several important issues, including the Probation Department's recommended global plan, the impacts of the deployments of staff to Los Padrinos on adult and juvenile field services, updates on the BSCC inspection and compliance with Title 15, update on the PLC's data and information request, a report from our CBO relationships and ad hoc committee, and reports from the PLC staff about recent data analysis reports. Lots on the agenda, so let's get started. I will turn it over to Wendy Julian, our Executive Director, to explain how you can participate during today's meeting, and then she would call roll.
Thank you, and welcome to all of you who are here in the room and those who are joining us virtually on WebEx and YouTube. And also welcome to Mr. Alex Nieto, who's joining on behalf of the Probation Department this morning and will be representing the Probation Department on the first topical agenda item that we have. The chief was confirmed to attend today and informed us yesterday that he will be attending at 11:30. So we may move some items on the agenda around at Chair Mundo's discretion and with the support of the rest of the commissioners to accommodate that schedule. So for those of you who were waiting for the chief, that's what we are expecting. As always, the Probation Oversight Commission encourages real public participation in our meeting. We welcome your comments in live here in the room or virtually or in writing today. There will be an opportunity for public comment on every item on the agenda at the end and at the end of the meeting for items that are not on the agenda. The way we'll do this is that Chair Mundo is going to introduce each item. We'll hear any presentation there is to be heard. The commission will have a discussion, and then we'll take public comment before taking any action on the item. If there are more people that want to participate than we have time for, the commissioners will consider scheduling additional town halls for specific issues. We've actually already done that. We have a town hall that we're hoping to schedule for March 19th to continue to talk about the intake process. More about that later. As a reminder, especially to our panelists and commissioners, please remember to speak directly into the microphone so that our virtual audience can hear you. And we'd ask the same of our panelists. For today, I'd like to share the following guidelines that I'd ask for you to follow. Please stop speaking immediately when your time ends so I don't have to interrupt you. Please make sure your public comment relates to the subject matter. Remain respectful of each other and the forum. And any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed. The way to participate is there are a few different ways. If you're here in person, it's very easy. Just come and stand up next to the microphone and we'll call on you. If you joined via WebEx or the telephone, you need to use the raise your hand feature. It's a little hand icon at the bottom of the screen if you're on the computer or your phone, and we'll add you to the queue. If you're calling in and you want to comment, you need to press *3 on your phone, and that activates the raise hand feature on our end. We'll call on you with your phone number. You do have to unmute yourself, however you're participating. On the phone, you unmute yourself by pressing *6. If you have any technical questions or can't find the hand icon, you're welcome to send a chat to the host and we will help you with that. All commenters will have 2 minutes today unless the chair determines otherwise based on the number of people who want to comment on each item. If you want to make your comment in writing, please send us an email to info@poc.lacounty.gov. And we will post it to the agenda under public comment on the item you're commenting on. Please don't send your public comment in the chat. Only our staff will see it. It will not be logged as public comment. The commissioners won't see it. We won't read it, and it doesn't comply with the Brown Act. Our meeting is being broadcast live today on our YouTube channel. You're welcome to tune in there, but there's no engagement with users on YouTube. We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can watch live meetings, recaps, and recordings. You can also follow all of our social media accounts on Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and Blue Sky at LA County POC for more information about meetings. Please continue coming, and we look forward to you inviting others to come. Buenos días, bienvenidos a la reunión. Ya hemos iniciado aquí en persona y también por conferencia en WebEx, sí, y también a través de YouTube. Se está grabando hoy la reunión. Si le gustaría hacer un comentario público, por favor haga clic en la imagen de la mano y abriremos su micrófono. Si está escuchando la conferencia por teléfono y quiere hacer una pregunta, por favor presione *3 y le llamaremos por su teléfono cuando sea su turno. Si está viendo la conferencia en vivo por YouTube, no hay interacción con el público en YouTube. Si prefiere hacer sus comentarios en español, les daremos el doble del tiempo y nosotros podemos proveer traducción al inglés o usted puede proveer su propio traductor. Al iniciar su comentario, nomás avísenos que prefiere traducción. Muchas gracias y bienvenidos. I'll now call the roll. Commissioners, please respond when I call your name. Commissioner Canales is expected to arrive at approximately 9:45, and we will indicate on the minutes when she arrives. Commissioner Brooke Harris?
Here.
Commissioner Shea Jackson?
I am here.
Commissioner Millie Kakani?
Here.
Commissioner Don Meredith, we're expecting at any moment. Commissioner Sam Prater is absent. Commissioner Tyreek Ship?
Here.
Commissioner Diane Terry?
Here.
Chair Eduardo Mundo? And we have quorum, and Chair Mundo, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Wendy. Let's proceed with item 2, the approval of the February 6th meeting minutes. Wendy, do we have any written public comments or live public comments for item number 2?
We do not. Anyone want to make live public comments on the minutes? Seeing none.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the February 6th meeting minutes?
I move to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Harris.
Seconded by Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Commissioner Jackson. Are there any changes to the minutes? Hearing none. Commissioners, please vote with a voice vote. Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Perfect. So the minutes are approved. So we will be taking a few of the agenda. Informed us yesterday afternoon that he had to attend several different meetings with 3 of the board offices and supervisors. We will first discuss agenda items. So which order should we go? 3?
Postpone 4.
Postpone 4.
And then go on to the rest of the agenda in order.
So we're just going to skip 4 for now. Great.
I think you need to ask if everyone is okay.
Any objections? No? Okay, so we will go ahead.
I have a question. If we had a question for the chief for agenda item 3, how does that work? We can't address it out of the agenda, right?
Jansen, I'm looking at you. So I'm asking County Council, if we proceed with agenda item number 3, but there's a question that commissioners wanted to ask the chief, but we finish item number 3 and then the chief comes, can they come back to agenda item number 3 to ask him a specific question?
So my recommendation would be to hold off on agenda item number 3 until the chief is here, if that's the plan. However, I'm not opposed to coming back to it later on.
Okay.
We can proceed with agenda item 3. Yeah.
Thank you. What happened here? Okay, so let's move on to agenda item 3, which is to discuss and take possible action on how the deployment of probation staff from juvenile and adult services to Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall impacts the services probation provides. Specifically, the POC asked for an explanation of the deployment policy, a report on the number of use of force incidents in the field, and a report on the current average caseloads in the field for the different types of adult and juvenile field assignments, including the number of probation officers assigned to those cases. Although the probation department is unable to answer some questions regarding the probation's deployment policy due to pending litigation, we were notified last night that Alex Nieto, Acting Deputy Director over Adult Operations, can report on the number of use of force incidents in the field and current average caseloads in the field for the different types of adult and juvenile field assignments and the number of probation officers assigned to those cases. We did receive the report on probation officer caseloads, which has been attached to today's agenda. Director Nieto, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? As far as use of force in adult field, there were none from January 1st of 2024 to present. And in juvenile field, there were none either.
Thank you. Would you like to add anything else for your report, or that's it?
That's it. I exchanged a lot of phone calls this week and emails to verify that those were the numbers, and it was 0.
Okay, commissioners, are you also going to be addressing the caseload sizes and accuracy of this report?
I can.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Kakani?
Sorry, just to begin, item number 3, little I, starts with explanation of the probation department's deployment policy. So can we get some specifics as it relates to that?
Do you want to answer or can I will tell you that I was told that the department will not be able to answer questions about that item because of pending litigation.
Is there a policy?
I can't answer that right now.
What kind of questions can you answer?
Give me questions, and I'll do the best I can to answer them.
Sorry, if I could just have a second, I'm trying to like turn on my legal brain or my lawyer brain so I can adequately respond to your response because I don't know that question is like prohibited from being answered just because of pending litigation. So if I could just have a second, Chair Mundo.
Sure. I'll ask a question in the meantime regarding the caseload and the report that was provided last night. On the top of juvenile field caseload, it says number of officers assigned. And below, it explains that total officers currently working in the office as of February 28, 25. Under due supervision, it reads that there are 4 officers currently assigned and that they're assigned to 118 youth, which gives a 30-to-1 ratio. During a recent visit at a field office, I learned that there's actually only 1 dual supervision person and that there are 180 cases. So in the last 20 days, or not even 20 days, in the last 13 days, am I correct to believe that that caseload went from 118 to 180, or is that just a typo? And for all of these numbers, is this report suggesting that if we go and visit the intensive gang supervision director or supervisor, they will tell us that on a daily basis, there are 14 staff available?
That number fluctuates based on what staff are back from on a 90-day assignment for work hardening.
So if that's the
So-
case, these numbers.
So those numbers were from that time, February 21st, I believe.
So on that day, there were actually 4 officers that were present in the offices with those due supervision youth.
To my understanding, yes.
February 28th.
Commissioner Terry?
I have a couple of questions. I'll go in order.
for starting with the first one with the deployment policy, I know that there are efforts to bring in new probation officers into the department. Does that include the field officers as well? Is there a push to get new officers in the field?
Right now, it's just juvenile hall staff, from what I understand.
Okay. Are you able to speak to how the department is sustaining or addressing morale within the field officers? Is that something you can speak to?
Yeah, I can speak to it. We're all doing more with less, so to speak. It's affected morale. I'm not going to sit here and say it hasn't. But everybody's doing more. Supervisors are getting their hands a little more dirty than usual as far as doing, maybe even doing reports if necessary. POs are picking up more cases and working more, and there's more overtime involved now too.
And so knowing that there is this morale issues, and I'm asking because we get so many public comments, so I know that there's things you can't speak to, but I do feel like we should lift this, that there's so many public comments talking about the strain. And so I'm trying to figure out, although you can't speak about specific, employees and what's happening with them, are you just able to speak to what the department is doing though to address it? I know you're saying supervisors are doing more. It would just seem that with, these efforts to really recruit more people to come to the department and stay engaged, and I'm sure people are also hearing that there's policies that are impacting employees. And so I'm trying to understand what's the vision towards the future with.
As far as division, I think we need to wait for the chief to come and address that specifically.
Okay. Then regarding the use of force incidents, you gave us that report. Will we get that in writing? Will we get something concrete in writing to say that there's been no incidents in the time period you shared?
I don't see why not. I'll talk to the chief about that.
Okay. And then last question regarding the caseloads. And this may have been shared before in previous meetings, I don't recall, but are the current caseloads ideal? And how does the department determine appropriate caseloads for each of these units?
As far as caseload size, we're doing more bank type casework in that not as much time is spent with each client. That is happening right now. I mean, based on the numbers, we just can't do what we did, say, 5-10 years ago. Hope that answers your question.
How does that affect?
I'm sorry, can I just clarify what you just said? Did you say bank type, like as in?
Based on the numbers, we don't spend as much time with each client. So if you look at the numbers, they were skewed a lot smaller as far as average caseload size if you go back and look at stats from 10, 15 years ago. Having been in the department for 36 years, I know the numbers were a lot more favorable as far as spending time with clients. But now, because of what we're dealing with in deployment and injuries to staff, it's obviously not as, as intense as far as supervision.
For those who are not familiar with the term, can you explain what a bank caseload is?
A bank caseload would be a size where we're back in the day, I'll give a quick history. Back in the day, maybe the late 90s, DPOs were 1,000 to 1 or 2,000 to 1. So they would see their client real quickly, or they would go by call in or just a quick check-in. And even then, now the numbers are better than they were then. but it's still not as intense as it was, let's say, 10, 15 years ago.
So you're over adult field, and so when I look at these adult numbers, I wonder how often are you looking at your staffing patterns and your operation?
I'm looking at them biweekly,
So when was the
at
last time?
least.
When was the last time you looked?
February 28th, I believe. My
So-
secretary runs the numbers for me regularly.
So would you verify that more than likely today there are 31 post-release AB 109 staff that are actually in the offices or available to complete reports and see clients?
I believe the number is 27 as we speak right now.
Okay, how about for the GPS
GPS, I would go with the 4.
and the 86?
That looks correct to me.
Okay, of the 86, how many staff are actually part of the sex registrant?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay, that's kind of an important one. Wouldn't you track that one because of community safety?
We've had to have DPOs help on the sex registrant when those numbers go down as far as officers, because sex registrants and family violence, we do put a priority on that.
So have you been able to maintain the contact requirements for those?
As of now, yes.
So it is my understanding that there's a required in-home contact once a month and an office contact.
Correct.
And those numbers and those contacts have been maintained.
Yes. Weekend contacts, we've been paying overtime to get the weekend contacts done at the home.
Okay, and so recently the chief has requested mutual aid. Has this group been in working with the mutual aid law enforcement to do these contacts?
They contact the law enforcement that they'll be out in the field, but they're not with them physically.
So is there any change since the chief asked for mutual aid? Or is it just the relationships that these fine probation officers have maintained and have cultivated during the regular work?
Things have been going the same.
Okay, so the mutual aid,
Yeah.
the cavalry hasn't actually just shown up yet. Thank you. Commissioner Kakani?
So I know, deployment, deployment of field staff, I think, started at some point last year. So do you have a sense of what the caseloads were, not even 10 years ago, 15 years ago, but just prior to deployment? Like, it would be great to know if it was, in terms of intensive gang supervision, was it 7-1 and now it's 15-1, or
I don't have those numbers presently.
do you have them somewhere?
I don't know. I would have to look into it. You give that incredulous look. I don't have it. I don't
I
have
get
it
that you
now.
don't have it right now, but it just seems like, it just seems strange to me that, like, those numbers wouldn't exist or wouldn't be readily available. That's why
They
I look
might
at
be
your-
readily available. I can't tell you for sure. I was not an adult 5, 10, 15 years ago. I was superintendent at Central Juvenile Hall recently. So
Okay.
I was in detention.
Okay. On this list of juvenile field caseload type, can you tell me which of these qualify as the community detention program and which group of officers supports that?
That would be the camp community transition placement.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think it's on here, sir. That's the,
You're talking about CDP?
yeah, it's not
Mhm.
because this is a field service and the CDP would come under detention.
You are correct. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. So, sorry, just to clarify, so none of just because I don't understand the breakdown here. So the folks who supervise young people who are home on ankle monitors, that's part of, you said, the Detention Services Bureau? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And none of those probation officers have been deployed to the hall?
They have been deployed.
Okay. Do you have a sense of how many CDP officers there are? I know it's not part of this list, or if.
I don't have those numbers.
Okay. Do you know how many young people are currently on ankle monitors?
No, I don't.
Is that something that you'd be able to get?
Should be able to get, yes.
Okay, great. And the reason I'm asking is because based on the probation department's intention to, or stated intention to reduce the incarcerated youth population to, again, reduce the pressure in LP, there was a desire to increase the number of young people who are home on ankle monitors or in the community detention program. So it would be great to know both how many young people are home on ankle monitors and how many officers are working to support them staying out of LP. You also stated that there's more overtime. I don't know if you have any numbers or any data on overtime hours, what that cost is to the department, or anything related to that.
I don't have those numbers on me.
Is that something that you would be able to gather?
I think so, but it's something I'd have to talk to the chief about also.
Okay. For the juvenile field caseload types, are all of the youth who are assigned, do they have like a regular schedule on which they're supposed to either be met in the community or come to the office?
That's up to the individual officer to
Okay,
arrange that.
there's no like mandated once a month, or as you stated with the adults who are
With the youth, it's usually at least once a month.
like a face-to-face contact?
Face-to-face, yeah. They'd ask them to come in to the office. But again, that depends on the PO and his schedule and what he can arrange with the youth. If it's a high-profile kid, if it's a youth that he thinks he needs extra help, he sometimes will have him come in twice a month, maybe even weekly. It all depends on the officer and what he's dealing with at the time.
Do the officers also meet young people in the community, or are they just expected to come into the office?
That happens on occasion, yes.
Oh, only on occasion that young people are met in the
Yes.
community?
I understand.
Do you have a sense if those meetings are taking place at a minimum of one time a week, given the,
I don't have the youth stats, and since I'm not over youth, I don't have that information. I'm sorry.
okay. Do you know who, I don't, I guess this is
That would be
for,
juvenile.
I'm sorry?
We probably have to get somebody from juvenile here.
Right, I mean, just because it would, again, be great to know whether young people are having their needs met. If the intention is to essentially reduce the number of young people who cycle into LP and into like our carceral facilities for young people, part of that is ensuring that they're getting the services and the support that they need in the community. And so if these reduced numbers for juvenile field officers are somehow impacting that, I think it's important to know how many young folks are being violated, how many young folks are coming back into the system, how many young folks are having to wait for their pre-plea reports, things of that nature. I don't think I have any other questions.
I want to just follow up on the sex registrant. Did you say there are 4 assigned right now?
No, I didn't say that.
How many are assigned to that are actually at work?
There are 15 area offices, 15, 16 area offices with adults, adult officers. So there should be 15, 16 officers assigned.
So,
Now, if they're deployed, it's picked up by another DPO.
okay.
That's up to the supervisor on duty to make sure that these cases are covered.
So even with 15, the ratio is 1 to 131.
Where'd you get that number?
Well, I got your 1900 on the bottom and I divided it by 15.
No, that's for the everybody in adult.
No, so on the bottom you have SRG on the blue.
Oh,
It says that the caseload is 1975 and you're telling me that there are 15 individuals. So for that high, for lack of a better word, risk offender, is that, if things were going well, what would that ratio look like? Let's say we didn't have this crisis, and let's say that the chief did not decide to deploy everybody Um, What would that number look like? What was the original thought with that unit? What would that, it couldn't be that high of a ratio.
No, you're talking about sex registrant only, right?
Yes.
They, depending on the office and the caseload size, there was anywhere from 2 to 4 DPOs per office covering that.
So, and that would be a ratio of what? And with, if times were normal?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Do you think that this deployment policy, coupled with the not allowing officers that can be working but are at home, is affecting not only our work quality, but the safety of the community?
I'm gonna let the chief answer that.
Commissioners? Commissioner Meredith? Oh, sorry, Commissioner.
Sorry, I didn't mean to tell you, but I just want to let you know. Yes.
Yeah, I just have a question on the people that were actually doing the field supervision. Were those being conducted in the office or were they actually going out in the field, if you have that number?
I could get that number for you, but they're doing both. Those, I'm sorry, ask your question again?
Okay, I know special enforcement and the gang units are doing field contacts, but the ones assigned to field supervision, post-COVID, are they still doing it in the office or are they actually going out to the residents and checking on the individual in the field?
For family violence, if there is a member of the family that was a victim of the family violence, they're seeing them. And the sex registrants are being seen also in the field. Does that answer your question?
But all other supervision is done in the office then?
Correct.
Commissioner Ship?
Yeah, maybe a quick comment and a question. So, what we're hearing in the community a lot is that young people on the juvenile and adult side, that they have probation officers and they don't hear from them for 3 to 4 months, and then find out they're deployed, and then they get assigned a new probation officer, and it's been 3 to 4 months since they've been checked up on or anything heard about that. Is that something that you guys are internally addressing, or are you trying to fix that issue? Because I feel like that is a public safety issue for young people and adults to not hear from their probation officers for that long of a period.
Every case is being reassigned when a deployed officer goes to juvenile hall. So everybody should be seen regularly.
Mhm.
Now, some have complained, some that they get comfortable with their PO. That's natural. So they complain they haven't seen them in 2 or 3 months. I get that. But they should be getting seen every month.
And so is there a notification system? How are you letting people know that they do have a new probation officer or somebody, they are on somebody else's caseload? Because what I'm hearing is that people just don't know. They just find out some of them are on the brink of being violated for violating probation. And so how are you letting these people know that they do have a new officer?
Sometimes it's a surprise. Just being honest. It's deployment comes upon them, some of the officers abruptly. So due to the safety that we need for LP and the numbers we need for Los Padrinos, sometimes the clients come in and they're told that they're under another officer's supervision. That's not ideal, but that's what we have to do.
Okay, I understand that. And I think there needs to be a real conversation around how to notify these people that they need to be seen. Like Commissioner Mundo stated, this is a public safety issue when these people are not meeting their case officers as much as possible. And I'll leave it at that.
So I'm going to follow up on Commissioner Meredith's line of questioning because I just noticed that there are 15,800 adults under supervision for family violence caseload. And this is interesting how the department decided to share the data. It's making us work to get the ratios out. And it provides the data when we're asleep on a Wednesday night. So we have to sit here and process, but 15,800, how many officers are currently assigned to the family violence unit? Because I can't get that from the 86
Talking about presently?
presently.
Yeah, I'd have to get back to you on that.
Well, I mean, 2 weeks ago you looked at it, how many numbers would have been, and just a guess, that you would have had supervising the family violence unit?
Approximately 40.
So that's a 1 to 395 ratio.
Correct.
You know, for anyone who follows criminal crime stats, well, we know that the majority of violent crime is domestic violence. And to have this ratio just doesn't seem like there's much of an emphasis on safety. I mean, this is 1 to almost 400. That's actually a bank load that it's kind of interesting to see that. But Commissioner Terry?
Just to follow up on an earlier question, if someone goes in and their assigned probation officer isn't available or there, where is it documented that that individual did show up? And if they weren't seen, it's because someone wasn't there? Because I'm thinking of what Commissioner Shipp was saying about people maybe being worried about being violated, going back to court. So is that documented somewhere that that's not on them essentially?
Yes, it is. It's in apps. It's a computer system where you indicate that the client checked in and was given certain instructions, et cetera. So yes, it is.
We'll go ahead and move on to public comment, and then we'll return to commissioners. Thank you. Wendy, do we have any live public comment or virtual?
Yes, to begin, we have a number of written public comments that are already attached to the agenda. And if you want to make another written comment, as long as you get it in by 5 p.m. today, email it to us at info@poc.lacounty.gov, and we will attach it to the agenda. We will take we'll take live public comment first. If you want to sign up to give public comment on WebEx, please use the raise your hand function or dial *3 on your phone. If you're on YouTube, you actually have to switch over to WebEx. You can't give public comment from YouTube. So only virtual comment from WebEx. And we will begin with Mr. Pettis. Mr. Pettis, I'm going to set your timer for 2 minutes. I'm turning the volume up on my phone, but I will tell you when your 2 minutes is over. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, Chairman Mundo recommends
Oh,
that.
I don't think that's working. Hold on just a second. Try it again.
Hello, hello?
There we go.
Okay, no problem.
Please begin.
First of all, I spoke with the BSCC and Lisa Southwell. According to her, there's no Los Padrinos report pending. So we're getting a lot of misinformation because I just spoke to her like yesterday. And I said for 2025, there's no inspection report pending. The other thing is Chairman Mundo recommended DPO2 field officers be returned to the field offices. We have violent and dangerous adults. They're not being supervised. Crimes range from murder, robbery, sex offender, child trafficking, and it goes on and on. The gentleman here from probation says that they have officers in the probation officer. There's no officers there at these area offices. Some of the area offices don't have supervisors for South LA. All their supervisors are gone. All their DPOs are gone. Only the director, Ms. Fuller, is there. The probationers have no way to check in, as Commissioner Ships is saying. They go there, they can't check in. And then on the flip side, the probation officers cannot provide services like GPS monitoring, mental health, drug testing, psychiatric evaluation, housing. So if somebody needs housing, they go to the office, they're not being served. Yeah, and that's where we are with that.
Thank you. You can begin, Mr. Bell. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Thomas Bell, Camp Vice President. But as far as the field, somebody asked about morale. Morale is terrible right now for the field officers. They're sitting in the halls right now, and they're sitting in camps right now. They're sitting at home right now, and they're not being in the field where they belong. These guys are authorized to supervise our adults. We got thousands of people on probation, thousands, but they've been taken out of their position and been sent to the halls. They've been sent home. The people sitting at home right now, that really baffles me because they can do their job. They're sitting at home because they're not able to work in the halls, but they can do their field officer job and they could be getting the job done. But we're not looking at that. We're sending these field officers to camp now to help out, quote unquote, with staffing issues in camp. When we have field, once again, as we brought up right now, people are not being supervised. If we want to send these field officers somewhere, send them back to the field offices where they can do their job that they are qualified to do, that they applied for, that they were promoted to do, and that they are very well doing. The field was going great. The field was amazing. That was the utopia of probation at one point. Then all of a sudden, probation had a great idea to let's start messing with the field officers, sending them to the halls and sending them there. Now the field is messed up. The hall still ain't passing, and now we're jumping onto the caps. We got to get this together. We got to get our field officers back in the field where they belong, get our hall straight and our camp straight. Moving people around like chess pieces isn't making it happen. Get them back in the field. Let them supervise the people they need to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Good morning. Okay.
Good morning. So I heard several commissioners asking some good questions about domestic violence and sex register or something. I want to share about my experience though. I came from an Asian country, and then my father is actually domestic violence. So what they did is that he was in prison for 3 years, and then after that 3 years, me and my mom, we never ever experienced any problem about anything about domestic violence anymore. I wish our commissioners can do some research on how Korea, Japan, China, Vietnam, they are dealing with their domestic violence. And then what is the reason that their domestic violence rates are literally 1/10 of the United States domestic violence rates? What's the reason? And then forget about that China has more than 3.5 times of population of your country. So I don't know maybe there's a million reasons for that, but I know one reason is because people in Los Angeles County are not afraid to commit a crime. They are not afraid to commit anything about domestic violence because they know the board are providing them with great services. They are not receiving appropriate punishment. They have no fear. There's no fear when they are doing anything domestic violence related. My father did that, and then after that he never ever did that again for the past 20-25 years. There's a reason for that, because there's something called a law and order. There's something called a punishment. There's something called appropriate punishment. There's no good services for my father during that 3 years. For sure, he suffered a lot, but something that works really well, because I am a living testimony of that. But right here in Los Angeles County, forget about your sex crime, forget about your domestic violence, anything, looter, rioter, whatever kind of crime, they are doing that on a daily basis.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ron Kelly. I've been in the probation department for 36 years, 26 years in the field. I want to commend you, Mr. Mundo, for taking up for field officers, because we have nobody talking about us. I work at East San Fernando. We have the most cases in the valley. And on a regular, we have like 4 staff there to handle ODs, do reports, file, and it's overwhelming. Yesterday, we saw 150 people as ODs, because in and out, we have people getting deployed. And we have people that could work, but they're at home. He just said we don't have any use of force in the field, so why can't we work? I'm on a 90-day assignment. 2 weeks, I got to go home. I can still do the job. I've been in the field 26 years. We hadn't had one use of force. So this policy that they're saying, they just make it up as they go. There's never been a 90-day program in the field because we didn't need it. If you had injury, you could still do your job. So these people are not being seen, like you said. They're not. There's not enough officers. Now, since they're trying to pass this inspection, they're deploying people. More and more officers. It used to be they come 60 days, they come back 60 days. Now they come back, they might be gone in 2 weeks, back to LP. To put up this ratio in this front that there's a lot of staff in there. But there's nothing but field officers in there. There's no detention service officers in there. It's just field. So this has to stop at some point because it's not getting, people not getting seen in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And for clarification, OD is Officer of the Day. That's a person who's assigned to stay in the office and accept all contacts that come in that need special assistance because their assigned probation officer is not there. So.
Thank you, Chair Mundo. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Lupita, and I'm here with Sister Warriors Freedom Coalition. And I wasn't originally came here to speak on this agenda item, but as I was sitting down here, I'm realizing that we are forgetting to center young people. And I keep hearing people come up here and talking about their jobs, which is wonderful, right? But we're not centering young people. And how are you? And I just heard somebody, Tyreek, had a comment about people from the community are saying that they haven't even been seeing a probation officer. But I do want to shout out all the credible messengers that support the young people, that have been following young people from the inside to the outside and being able to give them equipped resources so they can be the successful person that they are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lupita. Good morning, Lena.
Good morning. Lena Mallet with the Children's Defense Fund and Layup. Just quickly, I think it's really essential that information related to how these deployments are impacting young people is shared with community and the commissioners. If young people don't know who their PO is, and to your point, if it's sometimes a surprise to them when they have a new one, if they don't have any idea about how to get their supervision requirements met, the likelihood of them being cycled in and out of the system is heightened. So I think for the sake of breaking that pattern, we would really appreciate that kind of data be shared.
Thank you. That appears to be the end of our live public comments. We're going to go to virtual public comments, and we're going to start with Peggy Bailey. Peggy, we will unmute you, and you probably need to unmute yourself. Peggy, can you say something to see if we can hear you in the room?
Yes, can you hear me?
We sure can. You can begin.
Okay, great. I just want to go back to an exchange that Commissioner Terry had with the gentleman from probation. And it sounded as though, you were agreeing with her that the department is not providing mental health intervention or support for the morale of the current employees. And so in my mind, then the pool of potential applicants who know about that and who hear about that probably would feel somewhat deterred from applying to a position where there's no support from administration, from the department for their employees. Would you agree with that? That potential applicants would be deterred from applying for those positions?
Let me answer. I can.
The way that Ms. Bailey, I want you to be able to use all of your time. I'm hitting pause. And so we'll leave that question hanging for Mr. Nieto to decide whether he wants to answer, and you may continue with your comment until your 2 minutes are over.
Well, that's basically my comment and a question. I realize he has a choice whether to answer or not.
Thank you.
The probation office, the probation department does provide emotional support through either other probation officers. There's a team of probation officers that give mental health, I won't say mental health, I'll say they give emotional support when they're having problems or they need to discuss things. There's also an outreach that's affiliated with the sheriff's department. I believe it's called ESS, that provides mental health support.
Thank you. We have two more commenters and then we'll close the queue for this item. It's Tori Gomez and Mary Moreno. So we'll start with Tori. Tori, can you hear me? Please begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
please begin.
Good morning. My name is Tori Gomez. I am a young mom, and I am also I work for a youth serving organization in LA County that often works with girls and trans youth inside of juvenile halls. I'm here to strongly urge the Oversight Commission to use their authority to reject the LA Global Plan. As you've heard from employees, you've heard from community members, I hope from parents and youth themselves, the global plan and any kind of movement of youth will disrupt networks of care. It will disrupt the stability of
Tori,
young
I'm
persons.
really sorry to interrupt you, but we are talking about the deployment of field staff. The global plan is actually the next agenda item when we would.
Okay.
Do you have any comments related to the deployment of field staff?
I do then. Thank you for clarifying. I'm sorry, I'm coming in mid-meeting. I think that any kind of movement of probation officers should consider their needs and should really center again their mental health and the reality of their day-to-day jobs. As you've heard from probation officers, the department as a whole is not serving their employees well, and I think that they should be better supported because whatever the probation officer is going through, a young person and their family is going to receive. However a probation officer is feeling on the job, however they're being treated on the job, that is going to relate in their interactions with a young person, and that is directly related to the poor communication and interaction that they have with youth. That is why we've been seeing issues like inside Padrino's juvenile hall with gladiator fights, because there is so much tension among probation officers that they cannot communicate and interact with youth in a healthy way. So I really encourage the Oversight Commission to better support officers and do what they can to ensure that they have what they need to support youth. Because like Lupita said, youth are at the center of this and receive all that negative energy, period.
Thank you, Tori, and you're welcome to call back during the global plan item. We'll go next to Mary Moreno. Mary, can you hear me?
Yes, can you guys hear?
Yes, please begin.
Yes, hi, good morning. I work in Brown Services and we work a lot with the youth that are on probation, especially at LP. And I have found there to be so many things that are very concerning, one of which, for example, the deployment of field staff and how that disrupts the whole process and the support these young folks are getting. We have had some of our clients very concerned because they not get a hold of their POs. They do not know who their POs are. Sometimes they have been violated for no reason. And even though it does get clarified after the fact, that doesn't dispute that, you know, they have to go through a process that more trauma and emotional distress. I find that when these folks have been in the care and supervision of the department, it is very seldom that they are really provided with the care and the supervision that they really need to succeed and you know, to be able to be successful and not continue, you know, going in and out into the situation. Now, I believe that you know, folks are not getting the support because there is poor communication. There is a lack of support and actual emotional support. And even I think that, for example, I just heard somebody speak on from the department about how they feel in regards to their emotional support. And I believe that there needs to be some just not emotional support provided, but a lot of training on how we can provide better care and supervision, which will alleviate a lot of the issues that I see coming in and out of LP especially. I have had clients tell me in the past when they are not ready to make a change that they'd rather go to LP because it's easier for them to obtain drugs in LP than it is outside. And so that is a concern.
That's your
you know.
time, Mary. Thank you. We're going to go to one final commenter, unless there's another one that just put their hand up. Two more. Okay. Helen Eigenberg. I'll start your time when you begin speaking. Helen, can you hear me?
You hear me?
Yes, you can begin.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. Good morning. It's Helen Eigenberg. Sitting here and listening to this report and hearing what's happening with the field officers, I just keep thinking about it's now April and Los Padrinos has been deemed unsuitable since December. It feels like we have made no progress. I worry about the mental health of the field officers and how they are just pushed around. And then what's the training that they have when they actually do go into Los Padrinos? Are we putting people in positions and in situations that they're not really trained to handle in a good way? I want to second what the public commenter Tori said. And what happens is when people are in positions where they're not well trained and they're not getting mental health support and they're doing jobs that they're not trained for, then that trickles down to the youth. And once again, who is suffering? It's now it appears everyone is just in a really horrendous state. And it's so disheartening to sit here and listen to this the gentleman from probation. Thank you.
In answer to your question from the last caller, yes, they are getting full training now. They're getting trained in use of force, first aid, CPR, OC spray, etc.
Thank you. We will go next to Odalis. Odalis, you can unmute yourself again.
Morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Odalis Abreu. I'm a domestic violence advocate and a batterers intervention facilitator. As an advocate, I call to action more communication between victim services and probation to address those who are on probation for domestic violence. I'd also suggest looking into women and youth who have used force and conducting more research on women and youth on probation to find alternative supportive methods when speaking of domestic violence. Again, I call to action a partnership between victim services and probation, as this is a possibility for support on issues with supervision that have been constantly mentioned during this meeting.
Okay, thank you. That went faster than I was expecting, and I closed my list. And we'll finish with Ashley Smith.
Hello.
Yes, you can begin, Ashley.
Hi. I just wanted to call and comment on what's going.
Is that on? Ashley, you muted yourself.
Being deployed, and you have the officers that are home on 60 days 90-day rotations, and those officers can be in the office actually servicing the clients, because for years a lot of officers were working in the field with injuries and as older DPO too. And it was never a problem until the halls became so disrupted, so chaotic, and so unsafe that they couldn't retain any employees and needed to pull from the field. You will never be able to stabilize the halls and stabilize the field if you continue to not address what's going in juvenile hall. Stabilize the halls and you will be able to retain the employees there so that the field officers can go back to work. It is very foolish to think that one officer in the office can service a client correctly when we are dealing with clients that have mental health issues, domestic violence issues, drug issues, and we're just creating a worse problem by having our field officers at home when they could be at work servicing those clienteles. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's the end of our public comment. Commissioner Mundo, can I, oh, actually, okay. Let me just say, Commissioner Kakani, I know I haven't had the opportunity yet to explain our new process for requesting information. I'm doing that in a future agenda item today. But I do have 2 requests that you made of the department. If you would like to consider making those formal requests in the version of a motion. You certainly have, that's up to you. But also Chair Mundo, you can take whatever order you want to do.
We'll hold off until we complete our comments and concerns from the commissioners. But there's one thing that's been going through my head, Mr. Nieto, direct there. So let's say Officer Jones at San Gabriel Valley gets deployed, gets injured 2 weeks in, and needs some accommodations. I get the sense that that person will be placed on restrictions and be sent home after they actually showed up to help the cause. What assurance do the officers have that once they do agree to go to the hall and help out, that they will not be treated like their colleagues and on the way to retirement, forced retirement, or forcefully use their times? I mean, I wonder about that. I mean, why would somebody help if on the back end there's a risk of jeopardizing a career that they love?
What specifically is your question?
What assurance do you give officers that they will not be treated the way the deployed staff are treated now and the way the restricted staff are being treated? Is there any assurance that that would not happen to somebody who willingly goes into the hall to help?
As you know, having worked through probation, Mr. Mundo, there is no positive, there's no assurances that something might go down as far as a fight or a disturbance or something where somebody might get hurt. We
So-
can't, that's not possible
Well, that's
in
not
that
the question, though.
environment.
What insurance is there for the officer who does get hurt that they will not be treated like their colleagues are being treated? If they go to the doctor after being hurt, get a note of restriction, they have a job they left that they were doing and can do restricted, what assurance do they have of going back to their job and not being sent home to burn their time? Do they have any insurance of that?
There's no assurance. They get on a 90-day rotation.
So, Commissioner Meredith.
Okay, for my clarification, they're peace officers, but they don't have safety retirement, right? So therefore, they're not entitled to 4850 time?
They don't have safety retirement. They
Okay.
can go on workman's comp.
Okay, I'll get back to you after later.
Commissioner Canales, welcome.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much. And I apologize to the public and to my fellow commissioners for being late. I was able to review this morning since we got it last night. And, you know, what this shows me is operational chaos, staff demoralization, legal risks, and public safety concerns. But what my question is I've been asking for months because I've been on site at Los Padrinos. I've been hearing about the deployments. I've been hearing about the chaos. I've been hearing everything. And I raised it at several meetings. And as a matter of fact, Chief Deputy Epps has, in a sense, kind of reassured, you know, some of the information that I was being given was not true. And so what my question is was this data just made available even to you all? Because since we just got it late last night, did you just come across the numbers that verify that everything that the deployment officers and the probation officers have been saying is true, is valid? Because by these numbers, it's actually, you know, it's true that everything that has been the cry for months now, from calling in to hearing on site. So is probation and the chief probation officer himself just being made aware of the numbers? Because since there's been a reassurance of how smoothly things have been going, and do you feel somewhat shocked by the numbers?
I'm aware of the numbers. I've seen them for the last 2 months. I can't speak for the chief. I'll let him speak on that himself. And as far as juvenile, I can't speak to that either because I'm not in juvenile, obviously.
Commissioner Meredith, or
I'll let Shay go, then I'll go.
thank you, Commissioner
Sure, I
Jackson.
have a comment and then maybe a question for Mr. Nieto. I think we all know that it's probation's mission to enhance public safety and promote behavioral outcomes for probationers. And I think we can all say with conviction that that isn't happening, and you're not able to speak to that. I understand, I guess. But my question maybe is, are we able to conduct a survey amongst probationers to really understand where, like, the magnitude of the impact of the deployment strategy and or policy, so that we can have more objective feedback about where, like, how effective the services are or are not? Are we able to do that? Maybe that's a question for commissioners rather than, or maybe it's a question for everyone, but I'd like to get more concrete feedback about how it's impacting probationers.
Is that a question for me or for the commission?
You're welcome to answer, sure.
So you're asking, can we query our clients as to how they're being affected, right?
Mhm.
I would have to talk to the chief about that. That's something that we probably could do.
There
But
are
I'd
ma-
have to talk to the chief about it. I'm taking notes.
Sure. I think there are many people here issuing public comment and speaking on the behalf of probationers. But it's ideal that we hear directly from them and solicit feedback. And we want to know what they're receiving and what they're not receiving. So if you could take initiative, sorry, that'd be great. But I also think that maybe there's a step for us to take, POC.
I'll take it back to the chief and we'll discuss it.
Commissioner Meredith.
Okay, now I can go with my lengthy part here. We're an advisory body. Having said that, we have oversight of both adult and probation and juvenile probation. The concerns I keep hearing are about the public safety, both for in the public and in the facilities. We have staffing issues that are occurring for a variety of reasons. This is a very complex issue, and now that I find out that our employees don't have 4850 coverage, that explains a lot to me. And I'm not sure the solution. Oh, I'm sorry, 4850, for those who don't know, that's for public safety personnel, fire, peace officers. When they're injured in the line of duty, they can have up to a year off with paid leave, not 90 days and then going on unpaid leave, which is now contributing to our morale problem, I believe.
They do have 4850 leave.
I thought you said they didn't.
We don't have safety retirement, but
They do get 4850 up to a year.
yes, 100% pay. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I'm not saying I understand the 90 days then.
That's if the workman's comp was not picked up.
Okay, well,
From what
then-
I understand.
Okay, then this is a problem I brought up to the Board of Supervisors, to the 5th District, on the vendor that does the workman's comp. That's created a lot of the delay. So it's a complex problem. I'm not sure that I know the solution, but I think the unions need to step up and try and figure a suggestion and plan of how we're going to do the staffing issues, field otherwise. We also have to consider that, I know they say they can work out of the office, but they can't leave the office to go out and meet the client because there is an inherent risk if they have a light duty issue. So like I say, I'm looking for solutions. I'm not asking for questions. I'm just looking for solutions, both on the part of the administration of the department and the unions, to find a common ground so we can fill these positions. Plus, for the public that's listening, we do have 1,100 openings if you're interested in coming to work for this great organization.
Commissioner Kakani.
Shall I go ahead and make my motion now? Or, okay.
If no other commissioners have comments, concerns, questions, Commissioner Terry has one.
Just briefly, so when will the deployment policy be reviewed again to determine its effectiveness, and who would be reviewing that, and what data would be used to determine its effectiveness or lack of effectiveness?
That's a question the chief will need to answer.
Thank you. I think that Director Julian is asking questions about the motion. Oh, we got it.
So I just, before I make my request or make this motion. I just wanted to reiterate that this deployment policy, I can't remember when it was implemented, but the intention was to address the staffing issue in Los Padrinos. And I believe it has been over a year since this deployment policy was implemented and imposed upon probation staff. And we are now a year into.
Commissioner, excuse me, in the audience. Thank you.
We're into a year of essentially continuing to be out of compliance. And at this point, we've been operating a facility illegally, again, because the department can't seem to figure out how to get LP staffed up. And so it's strange to me that we are committing to a policy that has been proven to be ineffective for an incredible amount of time. And to Lupita's comment, it really is young people who are paying the price. And yes, probation staff who, you know, are in positions that they don't want to be in and who are being forced to go into a hall that they don't want to be in. But ultimately, it's young people who are then being confronted by staff who don't want to essentially be there and care for them, and that is felt. And I was just reading the mission of the probation department, which is to rebuild lives and provide for healthier and safer communities by enhancing public safety, ensuring victims' rights, and promoting positive probationer behavioral change through supervision and rehabilitative services. I think it's fair to say that absolutely none of that is happening. And this is $1 billion department. This isn't some small department. It's $1 billion, and we can't even touch a single piece of this mission. And that just feels like a complete dereliction of one's duty and responsibility, and really quite a tragedy for the folks who don't really have a choice in being subjected to this department. With that, I would like to make a motion requesting, and Wendy, if I forget something, if you could remind me. One, the pre-deployment ratios as it relates to each of these, I don't know, line items in this document that we were provided, so that we can understand the difference between what the average caseload is today and what it was pre-deployment. And then also including the piece around the Detention Services Bureau officers who are responsible for monitoring or supporting the Community Detention Program, CDP, and how many young people are assigned to that. And I guess I would also add, I understand that Director Nieto can't speak to it, but I'd also ask that the deployment policy be included in that as well.
You also asked about overtime costs.
Thank you. Yes. And if we could add overtime hours costs as it relates to field officers being deployed and what that means for those who remain in the field.
Can I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Terry.
Thank you. So for purposes of the Brown Act, we do need to again ask if there's public comment specifically about Commissioner Kakani's motion, seconded by Commissioner Terry. So the motion is to officially request data, including pre-deployment ratios for each line item on the agenda item today, the Community Detention Program caseloads and number of youth, number of staff, caseloads and number of youth, the deployment policy, and the overtime costs related to field officers stemming from the deployment. Any public comment about that? Go ahead, Mr. Pettis.
Rotation, and the department is paying overtime for someone to do my job as we speak. The other thing is that we're going to, since Mr. Nieto is here, if we can get the what's posted in the public comment, the ratio of minors on minors, I mean, the minors to minor assaults, the minors to adults assault at Los Padrinos, the number of minors that were injured at Camp Page when they had the riot, the number of officers that were hurt at the Camp Page riot, the number of sheriff deputies that were hurt at the Camp Page riot. There's a lot of violence going on, and I've spoken with everyone here. Until we address safety, as Mr. Meredith has said, it handles everything. Safety, we got officers who are quitting, cadets who are quitting once they see Los Padrinos. And the veterans are quitting. They're, March is a big retirement month because of COLA. So, and, cost of living. Well, these officers are retiring early to preserve their retirement, because you got two bad choices when we go to Los Padrinos. Either you get hurt, or you could be under investigation, subject to termination for doing your job. Because there's no consequences for the minors. They're doing all the things, out of order there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Mr. Pettis, actually, the request for use of force information is already a formal request, and we will be talking about that in a different agenda item. Please begin.
Well, good morning. I can tell you my caseload before deployment was 50. Now it's 150.
Thank you.
So I just heard this gentleman just talk about the situation at the LP is very bad. Well, I recommend if the LP is really that violent, we should have a meeting right there. We should let every single commissioner take a tour, visit, or let's have a meeting right there. I just want to see how violent that can be. Is the commissioner will get attacked? Is all the staff member will get attacked? Is all of the member of the public who speak public comment is going to get attacked? And I wish we can have more transparency right there, because I know the problem is bad, but I never know it was that bad, like what he's talked about. So the sheriff deputy getting hit, the probation officer getting hit, and everybody get beat up. So if that's the case, then we are running a $1 billion department. It seems like this $1 billion department has more problem than the $4 billion sheriff department. So if I continue to see, I think several weeks ago, I just heard about a gladiator fight, something about a gladiator fight in the probation department. So I highly recommend if we can put our meeting, go down there so everybody see how bad that is, so you can have a better solution after you see that yourself. And then also the member of the public, they can see themselves also.
My team is going to be very glad that you asked that question, because they're constantly reminding me to remind the public that the commissioners do have unfettered access to the juvenile facilities. They conduct annual inspections that are official inspections and very regular informal inspections. I forgot even what we call them, including there are commissioners and staff who have been at Los Padrinos this week and at many other facilities around the county. So that is one of the major roles of the commission. I think it has become the most important role of the commission over the last 4 years. So thank you for bringing that up. Holding a public meeting at the facility is very unlikely. There's nowhere to do it, and I don't think it would happen. But I will say that the department allowed us last year, to bring cameras in on our inspections, and Dr. Gongora coordinated to provide a number of photographs that provide at least an insight into what the facility looks like. But I would highly encourage people to look at our inspections report. They provide at least a one-day snapshot that gives the public a very direct sense of what it's like inside the facilities. Do we have any online comment? Okay. Just a reminder, we're talking about the motion, even though I'm not. Okay. Marie Zaragoza. Marie?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I would like to ask the commissioners to ask for real caseload numbers for field officers, not just on paper. In some instances, there are only 2 field officers left in the office. Those 2 officers are covering the entire field for that office, not just who's assigned to a certain caseload, because there's a lot of officers who are assigned to caseload who are deployed now. So even though that probationer still may be assigned to me, I'm not seeing that person.
because I'm in the juvenile hall. So we need real numbers, not just numbers on paper or just people who are assigned. We need real numbers.
Thank you. And now we'll go to Tori Gomez.
Hi, yes, this is Tori. I just wanted to say that although I appreciate the motion to further inquire and confirm the data, I do think that it's a waste of time because you have a plethora of professionals and people who have hands-on experience telling you the issues, but you just don't trust it and need to see data. So although I do appreciate further inquiry, I do think that it's a waste of time and we already have the information that we need. We have the solutions. The Care First Jails Last Model book provides a clear description of what needs to be done. And you have on this commission commissioners who have life and professional experience that you can lean into to provide the solutions. Although I appreciate further data and inquiry to confirm what the people are saying, I encourage the commission to trust the community, trust your people, trust the probation officers, and stop wasting time and make a decision and move forward because youth, family, working professionals, their day-to-day is being impacted 24/7 while we waste time and count the numbers. So thank you. That's my comment.
Okay, that is the end of public comment.
Any Commissioner Jackson?
I just have one quick follow-up question to the public comments. I mean, the ratios themselves, some of the line items are already concerning, but is there a reason why comments suggest that the actual caseload assignments are deviating from what people are actually doing, their actual workload? Is there a discrepancy between the two? And if so, why?
I don't quite understand your question.
Yeah, so the public commenter said that even though the numbers on paper might suggest that the caseload is one thing, her actual caseload, which she's also actually doing, is more. Is there a reason why those numbers are not the same?
The numbers would be the same. The numbers aren't going to lie. They were actually procured on the 28th. That was what was accurate then. Now, some offices may have 8 officers. Some may have 4. Some may have down to 3, 2, just to be real with you. And that was all promulgated in one number.
Is there a chance that the caseloads are a lot more than what's on paper? I know you're saying it's
No, I
not, but
don't.
it sounds like
I
it.
don't think so. I mean, I know I can speak for adult because I'm in adult and I've seen the numbers for the last 2 months and these are accurate.
Okay.
So this is broken down into 5 areas for your operation. And it seems to me that if you were to walk outside, get on your phone, call the 5 areas, you would get the numbers that you need. What surprises me is first, this was so late. Secondly, that it's 2 weeks old, which means this could have been shared with us a week ago, 2 weeks ago, but he shared with us the night before. And someone who has worked probation, this is 5 calls to get this updated. So we're here with the right numbers. It's just mind-boggling to me. So is it possible for you to walk outside during our motion and just get accurate numbers for adult?
What more do you want, Ed? The numbers are there. They're
Yeah,
not much different today than they were 2 weeks ago.
But they are, because in dual supervision, it has 4. And my understanding that there's 1 only
Your understanding from where, from who?
from the staff at this unit,
What unit?
dual supervision,
What supervision?
dual supervision.
I've told you I can't respond to juvenile.
Okay, but you can't. So you're saying that today, these numbers reflect the accurate numbers and they're close to what they were on the 28th?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to call the roll for a vote on the motion to formally request information regarding pre-deployment ratios for the line items on this report attached to the agenda. Community detention program caseloads, including the number of staff and number of youth, the deployment policy, and the overtime costs of deployment in the field. please respond with yes, no, or abstain. Sorry. Commissioner Canales?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kokani?
Yes.
Commissioner Meredith?
Yes.
Commissioner Prater is absent. Commissioner Ship?
Yes.
Commissioner Terry?
Yes.
And Commissioner Mundo?
Yes.
I feel like I missed one because that should be 8-0 with Commissioner Prater being absent. I called everyone, yes? Thank you.
You didn't call for Kakani?
I did not
No,
call
you called
Kokani.
me.
I
You
did.
called me.
Okay.
Sorry. Just a quick question. Do I need to state a date by which I want this?
Well, I think you can, and I don't, I'll look at county council, but I don't think that needs to necessarily be part of the motion as far as
Okay.
what your request is.
Okay.
Can I just add to that? I do think it needs to be part of that motion because we've been down this road before.
Commissioner Meredith just said it does need to be part of the motion since we've been down the road before. Should we, even though they already voted? You can raise the second motion. I think that's what we got to do.
We voted on that one.
Yes.
I'll raise a motion that we provide a due date.
In 3 weeks.
Okay, I make a motion that we have a response within 3 weeks prior to the next meeting.
3 weeks prior to the meeting.
Well, I guess 3 weeks prior to the next meeting would be next week. I was.
Oh, okay. Should be provided to us a week before the next meeting.
Okay, which would be Thursday, April 2nd. I'm totally guessing now. Is that right?
I think our meeting is on the 3rd.
Our meeting would be on the 10th, so it's the 3rd, April 3rd.
Okay, April 3rd it is.
Okay.
April 3rd is our next meeting. Is it because of the
Oh, it's
BSCC meeting on
because
the
of
13th?
BSCC. Yes, thank you for that reminder. Okay, so what is the Thursday of March before that?
27th.
March 27th. Commissioner Meredith, is that acceptable?
Perfectly.
And can I have a second?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Jackson, seconds.
So according to the Brown Act, we need to do public comment. You can read into my tone how I feel about that. I love your public comments. Do you have a comment that is specifically about adding a due date to this agenda item? And I'd welcome you to come and give your public comment on that. Great, thank you.
Seeing none.
All right, we're going to take another vote. Okay, so now we're voting simply on adding a due date to the prior motion of March 27th. Commissioner Canales?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kokani?
Yes.
Commissioner Meredith? Yes. Commissioner Prater is absent. Commissioner Ship?
Yes.
Commissioner Terry? Oh, Commissioner Terry has stepped away. And Chair Mundo?
Yes.
Okay, so with Commissioner Ship and Terry not voting, we have 7-0 and the motion passes.
And I think, do we need Director Nieto for anything else?
I don't believe so.
Thank you, Director Nieto. Good seeing you. Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, we are now going to move to agenda item 5. Remember, agenda item 4 is going to be visited when the chief arrives. For agenda 5, we will be discussing and taking possible action up to and including voting to direct the Office of Inspector General to issue a subpoena for outstanding data and information. As part of this agenda item, the Executive Director of the Probation Oversight Commission will share about our new process to request and receive information from the Probation Department and share information about outstanding data and information requests. I'm pleased to say that all the outstanding requests that were potentially subject to subpoena have been fulfilled with one exemption related to use of force data. Wendy, please explain the new process and the item that remains outstanding.
Thank you. I would like to thank Commissioners Harris and Kakani for meeting with staff after the last meeting to discuss the development of a revised process for requesting information from the probation department by the Probation Oversight Commission. Part of the reason was that during the last POC meeting, there was some discussion about whether things had been asked for or not over previous meetings. And some of those things had been requested in the meeting. And at times, a representative from probation may have indicated that they could provide that, but they weren't made officially. So we had a relatively long list of items that had been requested either through motions, but not clarified, or requested at meetings, but not officially through motions. And so the decision was made to, rather than do the somewhat informal weekly update email that my staff has been doing over the past few years to probation with the outstanding requests, turn this into a much more formal process, which we did actually to help the department in terms of laying out exactly the items that have been requested, what their status is, and what the potential status at the next meeting is. You will see that in a memo, and I will do this memo every month. It's attached to the agenda. It was dated and sent February 24th to the chief, and that memo outlined the very specific items, including those that were already subject to an official request and might be on the agenda for a subpoena, those that had that were subject to a specific request but were not yet due, and those that had been just informally requested. And I would like to say a sincere thank you to the department for going through this list and returning to us all of the information on the list, with the one exception that I will discuss in a minute. So that included all of the formal and informal requests have been submitted. There are two items on the list that were brought up as informal requirements that the department asked for more clarification on. One of them was discussed at length at the last meeting, which is an organizational chart. The POC has been provided an organizational chart. It has been shared with the commissioners. It was provided in January, or I actually don't recall exactly when it was provided, but it's dated in January, and it is mostly correct. There have been a number of staff changes since January, and so my understanding from the department is that they do not have an updated organizational chart that's newer than that one, but they know that there is a request that when they have it updated, they will provide it. What is not up to me and is up to the commissioners is whether that is a satisfactory response, or if there's other information that you're interested in related to the organizational chart other than just getting a new one. The second item is something that Commissioner Shipp has brought up actually at a number of meetings, which is about the decline in population at Los Padrinos. So there has been a remarkable decline in population at Los Padrinos from December until now. It's happened somewhat gradually, but was very much expedited by the implementation, according to probation, of the detention reduction plan. Commissioner Shipp's question was, let's see what the numbers are. I don't mean to put words in your mouth, Commissioner Shipp, but where did they go? So how did you reduce it? Did you reduce it by sending them to other facilities? Did you reduce it by reducing intake? Did you reduce it by releasing? And a request for that data. The department asked for more clarification on that. And in looking back at the minutes, I can see how the department could definitely benefit from a more specific request as to the data. It's something I feel like I understand it, but I didn't feel like I could write it down without the commission weighing in. So you may choose to make a formal request for that information today, and then the department has expressed a willingness to respond to the specific data request. I'm very pleased with the way that this has gone with the publication of this memo. I think it increases transparency. You can all see what's been asked for and when. It helps the commissioners to know what has been asked for and when it was received and what's complete. And then also helps to make sure that when there are items that are not received, that the commission can proceed as is necessary. So there you will see on page 1 of the memo, there is one item that is not received. It is related to the use of force data. At the last meeting, you heard Deputy Chief Epps say that they have the probation department has decided that the request for the use of force data will be going through their it used to be called civil litigation, and it has a different name now, and I can't pull it off the top of my head what the new name of the division is called, but their civil litigation department would review the use of force data request because of potential conflicts with pending litigation. I was actually hoping that we might receive some of that data. I should say some of the data was received. There was a small amount of use of force data that was received and published on the agenda last month. Nothing since last month, but there are at least 3 items that include some breakdowns that are listed on the motion that is also attached to the agenda. That is what has not been received. So at that point, I get to stop talking and you get to take over about how you wish to proceed on the item that is still outstanding. That is absolutely a question for the commission. And also I'm welcome to answer any questions or take any feedback from you about this new process for requesting information.
Thank you, Wendy. Commissioners, questions, comments, concerns? Okay. Commissioner Kokani?
No comments or concerns, but are we now discussing whether it makes sense to move forward with the subpoena on the outstanding items?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I certainly support moving forward with the subpoena on the outstanding items. Feels like that was something that was entrusted to the Probation Oversight Commission to ensure that there was accountability and transparency so that community impacted folks, perhaps even probation staff, can get a better sense of the full picture of what is happening, how it's happening. And so as it relates to the outstanding items around use of force, especially, that certainly feels right to me. Sorry, quick question. The contraband logs that we were provided, I remember seeing what was provided and that it included what was found. I don't know that it shared and what facility it was found at. Can you remind me if that included the agency that was conducting the search?
I think Commissioner Meredith should answer that question, and you're correct that it is not complete in terms of the request.
Yeah, unfortunately, those were done under Eric Strong's administration. I met with Bob Arcos, who's taken his position to try and detail the information that we're going to be requiring. So Shay and I'll be probably doing a Zoom meeting with him to talk about the contraband committee in the next few weeks. But he's very supportive of the concept.
Does that also include, or can it also, I don't even know where to include this comment thought. Can it also include like where or how the contraband either like not arrived into the facility, obviously sometimes you don't know, but you know, whether it was on the grass?
The original request, and Eric Strong didn't comprehend it. The original request was very comprehensive. The facility, how it came into the facility, whatever means, and if we know where the source was, what was the dispo of the source? Not mentioning names, but giving us the source. And was it a visitor, vendor, staff, or whatever? It's very detailed.
Okay.
So we got to work that out with Bob.
So are you saying that we don't need a subpoena for that just yet?
Correct.
Okay. Well, as it relates to use of force, do I make a motion for a subpoena?
There's a motion on the.
Oh, right, there is the motion. Well, I certainly support this motion and would, I can't even remember what the language is that I need to
Well,
say.
Let me share the language and then you jump in when you're right. Okay. And no further questions, concerns, comments? Okay. Commissionership.
Maybe just to clarify what I was asking. So really with that detention reduction, right? Like I was trying to see how many were moved to Mary Berry J, how many were moved to Dorothy Kirby, how many went to Men's Central Jail, how many are actually got on CDP or that was held in community. Just trying to see where all of these youth went and seeing how the population shifted. So I think that's like the direct ask.
Thank you.
I think it is up to you. I'm looking at County Council, whether you want to make those 2 motions together or separately. So The one motion is the motion that is listed and attached to the agenda. Commissionership didn't make it in the form of a motion, but what he's doing is clarifying the request that is on the memo. And I think that could be added as part of the motion if you wish it to be, or you could separate it out as two different motions.
If it's related to, because there's no motion before the commission yet,
Correct.
right? So it could be added on to the original motion.
Yes. Okay. So in making the motion, you could choose to add on Commissionership's official data request as a second part. So it wouldn't have to be a subpoena. It could be moving it up the ladder to an official request by motion. Only this one is attached.
Okay.
But you need a second to proceed.
Yeah,
Okay.
don't I have to read this first?
No.
Okay.
No, because we're gonna do. So this is up to you.
So we'll take them separately.
Okay.
And so the first one, we have a motion as outlined in the agenda from Commissioner Kakani. And I would like a second,
Second it.
Commissioner Jackson. So commissioners, do you have questions or comments about the no, don't we do public comment now?
Discussion and then public comment. They can discuss it first and then do public comment before.
Okay, so we'll discuss it first. If there's any public, any questions or concerns, Commissioner Terry?
Just a clarifying question on the time periods. Then we were told at the beginning of the meeting that there had been no use of force incidents, and I can't remember what that time period was.
January 2024 to now is what I wrote down.
And that's for the field.
Oh, in the field. Got it. Okay.
You are correct, Commissioner Terry, that report does address one small part of one of the bullet points on this item. I don't know whether that's why you're saying it, but it does address it.
And I think we were told we could get that in writing, so I think it makes sense to keep it.
Okay, so no further questions. Wendy, do we have any written or live public comments?
Janae, do we have written public comment on this item number 5? No written public comment. Any public comment from the audience about the motion regarding the subpoena for previously requested information related to use of force? We'll take public comment from in the live audience first. And if you want to raise your hand on WebEx, if you're on YouTube, you have to switch over to WebEx to make virtual public comment. No comments? One comment online? Sorry, say that again. James Maddox. Welcome, James. We will open your mic. Welcome. You can begin, James. Oh. James, I'm not sure what's going on with your connection. I could hear you and then you have.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. You can begin.
Terrific. Not being one of Bill and Irene's brighter children, I'm confused. You said that the probation department was unable to provide you with a table of organization. However, if you take a look at volume 1 of the LA County budget for 2024 to 2025, there is a table of organization for probation. I'm confused. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, no more comment, concerns? Okay, where are we? Okay, so we are going to vote on the first motion, which is the OIG request subpoena.
All right, so on the motion by Commissioner Kakani, seconded by Commissioner Jackson, you're voting to accept the attached motion directing OIG to subpoena the use of force data as outlined on the document. Please vote yes, no, or abstain. Commissioner Canales?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kakani?
Yes.
Commissioner Meredith?
Yes.
Commissioner Prater is absent. Commissioner Ship?
Yes.
Commissioner Terry?
Yes.
And Commissioner Mundo.
Yes.
So 8-0 with Commissioner Prater absent, the motion passes.
So now we're moving on to Commissioner Ship's concern. So Commissioner Schmidt. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion for the data for transfers from out of Los Padrinos, and also how many youth were put on CDP instead of invited into Los Padrinos. I think I said that correctly. I mean, I would hope I could have it by next meeting, if that's possible.
Maybe a week before.
Yeah, probably a week before.
March 27th.
Commissioner Canales?
And is it included in that motion of how many are also being transferred to Men's Central Jail to the adult facilities?
I wrote down Commissioner Ship's original comment is how many youth have been moved to Barry J. Nydorf, to Dorothy Kirby Center, to Men's Central Jail, or on CDP. And then what he clarified next is data for transfers out of Los Padrinos. So does that sound right? So it's a report on the transfers out of Los Padrinos. What I was asking about a time frame is the time frame for the data. So do you have a time frame for the data, like beginning when and ending when?
Oh, maybe I want to say somewhere around July, maybe.
July 2024.
Yeah, because I believe it was around 300 youth there at the time. So.
Okay, if I can have a second.
Second.
Second, thank you, Commissioner Canales. Okay, commissioners, any questions, comments? Commissioner Kokani?
Just as is a request from July to present, or is it just for the month of July?
Yes, July to present.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Wendy, do we have any written or public comment?
No written public comment on this item. Anyone in the live audience wish to make public comment on Commissioner Ship's motion for data for transfers out of Los Padrinos between July 2024 and present to be available a week before our next meeting? Please approach the microphone if you want to make public comment in person, or raise your hand or dial *3 if you want to make comment on WebEx. You can begin.
Okay, so it's about the data and the information request. I am familiar with the LAPD board meeting, and then somehow in that board meeting, as it's so-called also oversight, why their commissioners were able to get information much quickly without those kind of bureaucratic process. Why that kind of oversight commission board was never given any red tape about information not available. We don't have that. We have to get back to you. Why those LAPD board meeting that the chief and then all of their staff member commanders were able to provide the requested information at the same meeting on the same day, but right here that we are trying to request the information, we have to wait 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and then we have to make a motion, put that on in the agenda in order to get the information we need. Are you guys really an oversight commission? And then, like the previous speaker said, I'm confused also.
Thank you. That's it for public comment? Okay, any further comments, concerns, commissioners? Okay, Wendy, would you please take a vote?
Okay, so we are voting on the motion by Commissioner Ship, seconded by Commissioner Canales, to request the data for transfers out of Los Padrinos by March 27th over the time period July 2024 to present. Please vote yes, no, or abstain. Commissioner Canales? Thank you. Commissioner Canales has stepped out. Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kakani?
Yes.
Commissioner Meredith? Commissioner Prater is absent. Commissioner Ship?
Yes.
Commissioner Terry?
Yes.
So with a vote of 7 to, Commissioner Mundo? With a vote of 7 to 0, with Commissioner Prater and Canales being absent, the motion passes.
Good thing it wasn't in jeopardy. Commissioner Meredith?
Yeah, I just have a question, maybe on protocol, supplemental to the subpoena motion. I wanted to make a request. I guess we have to do a request to have the same data, same time period, but to identify youth on youth assaults and youth on staff assaults to try and answer a question that came up earlier. Do I need a motion for that, or can I just do the request to the director?
I think we need a motion. I was actually looking at the subpoena language, which does not include that time frame. So because it ends December 2024. Yes, that's correct. So I think you would need to make a motion, and this is the item on the agenda in which we're solidifying these motions based on the new request. So you're welcome to do so.
Okay, I make a motion that we have a report on the data of assault, youth on youth assaults and youth on staff assaults from, what is it, just January 24 till current.
At Los Padrinos?
Can I add,
I would do it across the board, not just at Los Padrinos and all the facilities.
I wouldn't want to be limited to just assaults that are allegedly started by youth, and that I think we should get categories, all categories of assaultive behavior in the facilities, including assaults by probation staff.
Well, I think that's in use of force.
Okay, it's in use of force. Okay.
Yeah, that would be use of force. We don't, our staff aren't assaulting youth.
My only clarification about that is about the time frame. So I think the use of force subpoena does not include that current time frame. It ends December 24th, and Commissioner Meredith is saying for the same time frame as the previous motion, which would be.
Okay, I would change it from the beginning of that time frame to current.
Got it.
Just to be clear, what time frame?
July 2024 to current. And Director Nieto, I will, our staff will write these all down and formally submit them to the department.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, there was a second. Who was the second?
Commissioner Terry?
Yes.
Okay. Before now or?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
we can do commissioner comments first.
Well, let's do commissioner comments and questions and concerns first. Seeing.
Sorry, can I just clarify? So there is Commissioner Meredith's request or motion for youth on staff. Okay, and youth on, but I thought youth on youth is in the use of force. Are you just, I'm confused. Are you just asking for the number of incidents? Separate from use of force, okay. And then Commissioner Harris's request is basically extending the subpoena data from January to present? Or no, did I?
That
I
pause.
think we should have an ongoing, I would like an ongoing update on use of force data. I think it is essential for us to understand, and that it should be, I don't know if this is, if we can establish, we receive it every month, every other meeting, but I think it's an essential piece of data that we should have continuous updates on.
I don't want to speak for Commissioner Meredith, but I think that is a separate request from what this motion is that he's making. You absolutely can take it as a friendly amendment. And Commissioner Terry, do you agree with that?
I just wanted to respond to Director Nieto's comment that our staff doesn't assault youth. I understand that there are probation officers who don't assault young people, but I'm certain that you've seen the video that came out in December of 2021 out of Kilpatrick, where your staff did in fact assault a young person. And while he pled to a misdemeanor related to that assault, he did in fact assault a young person. So to make a blanket statement like that doesn't feel accurate.
When you take into account how many uses of force happen, not only a year or over the years, I can say that one incident
of a leaked video that none of us would have known about
I've
had it not
seen
been leaked.
thousands of videos, ma'am. And
Well, then the rest of us would like to see the thousands of videos as well, because I've
Well-
seen thousands of grievances that actually say something quite different.
I don't think this is the place to argue.
If you're going to make statements,
Okay,
then I think
so-
you have a right to respond.
That being done, any public or written comment?
No written public comment on this, but I invite you to make public comment in person or online regarding Commissioner Meredith's motion to request a report on incidents including youth on youth violence and assaults on staff from July 2024 to current. The acceptance of the friendly amendment to also add to this request a report on the ongoing use of force data. And I think if it's acceptable, then staff can work with the probation department to determine the frequency of those reports. I'm seeing nodding heads over here. It was seconded by Commissioner Terry, who also accepted the friendly amendment. So if you'd like to give public comment on this data request, please proceed.
First of all, I apologize for my comments because I know you hate my comments. Second of all, for the motion from the Commissioner Meredith, yes, I definitely support that. We're definitely interested in the data, youth on youth assault, youth on staff assault. And then I want to add something more to that, is that after we have that data, after we analyze data, if we have certain juvenile are repeatedly assault other juvenile or assault the staff member, if we have certain individual that are having attack, assault problem on a regular basis, on a monthly basis, on a yearly basis, and then I wish the commissioners and the directors have a plan to how to address that. And then if it's one-time thing, then yeah, we can deal with that easily. But if there are certain individual are attack others on a regular basis, then I don't know how are you gonna dealing with that other than requesting data. And then second of all, I wish that all of your staff member can implementing a body-worn camera policy, because that's the sheriff department did it, during the Alex Villanueva administration. That I think that will provide a lot of transparency. I think that's provided a lot of accountability. But right now, other than that, when people are saying your staff assaulting the youth, and then we have another person are saying the youth are assaulting the staff. But I wish that a department-wide body-worn camera policy that definitely will show the truth to the public, not just the she say, he say, or anything.
I will speak only for myself in that I appreciate your public comments and you are welcome to give them here. So, go ahead, Mr. Pettis.
Okay, I also, with Commissioner Mayor, I also want to, as requested earlier, get the numbers of the minors who were injured at the Camp Page riot, the staff who were injured at the Camp Page riot, the sheriff deputies in riot gear who were injured at the Camp Page riot. If we could include that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. Any online commenters? None. Anybody else in the audience? Okay.
Commissioners, Commissioner Jackson.
Yeah, I have a question for clarification. In reports I've seen in the past, youth on youth violence have been included in the use of force incident reports. If the incident requires physical intervention from the staff, isn't it included in use of force?
I am
And
going to
the-
lean on Mr. Nieto to answer this question, but you are correct that we have received two kinds of data about this in the past. One that we receive regularly and is public and attached to the agenda is the OC spray reports. So you will see on every incident of OC spray, and I believe it's called incident type. I'm looking at my staff to make sure that's the right name of the category. And it says under there, there's a code and it'll say something like YOYV, youth on youth violence, AOS, assault on staff, AAOS, attempted assault on staff. Those are the reasons for the OC spray. So absolutely, we do receive some form of that information as it relates to OC spray. Also, about 2 years ago, we received an extremely detailed list of assaults on staff, of assaults, use of force incidents. There were thousands, and they also included the incident type, but we have not received any such data in a very long time. Partially because it wasn't requested until last fall when these requests began, and there was never an agreement that came forward, which is what Commissioner Harris had recommended, that there be ongoing requests. So it's not like the requests have been sitting there outstanding, but certainly the data does exist in terms, or did exist in terms of what the type of assault is on use of force. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, please, Mr. Nieto, that in the reporting of use of force, for example, to the OIG or other oversight agencies, the reason for the use of force for the incident is part of the report.
It's my understanding, yes.
Does that answer your question?
It does. Thanks.
Commissioner Meredith.
Yeah, you can have a youth on youth assault that does not require use of force that might not have been picked up. That's what I'm looking for, is what the patterns are.
Thank you. Okay, so Wendy, Commissioner Ship.
Yeah, maybe this is a question for you, Wendy. I know last meeting, Chief Deputy Epps spoke about, we asked about like numbers for how many have been referred to internal affairs to find out like how many staff may have been walked off or may have needed further review. And they said they didn't track that. So as far as when we ask for the use of force data, where will we find an issue when we're asking for that number? Because I feel like we can get the youth on youth, but we can't get the staff on youth or the staff on youth that has been escalated.
I appreciate questions that have straightforward answers, as there are so few of them. In number 2, on the subpoena information that you just required, it says report how many use of force cases in this time period were referred to internal affairs. So that is a part of the formal subpoena. That doesn't necessarily mean that the department will provide that information. That's what I'm supposed to talk to OIG about, how we get it. But you have now formally requested a subpoena for that information. Did I answer that correctly, commissioners, as far as the rest of your understanding?
Okay, no further questions, comments. Wendy, would you take a vote?
Okay, we are now voting to create an official request for information on a motion by Commissioner Meredith, seconded by Commissioner Terry, regarding a report on incidents, including youth on youth violence, assaults on staff from January 2024 to present, and adding to that a friendly amendment about including an ongoing report of use of force data. And please vote yes, no, or abstain. Commissioner Canales? Yes. Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kokani?
Yes.
Commissioner Meredith?
Yes.
Commissioner Prater is absent. Commissioner Ship?
Yes.
Commissioner Terry?
Yes.
And Commissioner Mundo.
On that vote, we will take a break, and it is 11:12 now. We will return at 11:30.
Commissioners, if you can take your seats, please, so we can get started.
I think we've met. Are you back? Oh man, I jinxed you.
Yeah, you jinxed me. How you doing, Chief?
Okay, commissioners, if you are all ready to get back to your seats. Item number 3, right?
You're telling us to be careful.
Good morning again. As stated earlier, we will be returning to agenda item number 4. We will discuss and take possible action on 3 related topics. First, the department's global plan for juvenile detention facilities and the PLC's pro and cons list about the plan. Commissioners will have an opportunity to discuss adding any recommendations they see fit. Second, the motion by Supervisor Lindsay Horvath set to go before the Board of Supervisors on March 18, 2025, titled Transparency in Planning During the Probation's Ongoing Crisis, that requires probation to go back before the board before implementing some aspects of the global plan. Finally, an update on the department's progress on compliance with Title 15 and the findings of unsuitability by BSCC at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall. We will start with the global plan. I've asked the chief, or I've shared with the chief, that we are going to go straight into questions regarding the global plan, since many of us have had access to the video, have had access to the documentation, and hopefully in the questioning, we will get a more insightful look at it. So with that in mind, thank you for joining us, Chief, and if you just like to make an opening comment.
Good morning. Thank you for accommodating my schedule. It's appreciated. The global plan is one of the most significant components before probation and its partners. And so I appreciate the discussion and the feedback. And I'm happy to go straight into the questions. I would just like to say that the format that you all chose to present the pros and cons, extraordinarily helpful. I think it's the best starting point for conversation and to getting to the details so that folks know how this actually is operationalized in effect. So I really appreciate the POC having put that forward. Very helpful.
Thank you. Commissioners.
I don't want to go first. Yeah, I'll just start with my first question to kind of as an icebreaker, right? So I mean, I was looking at the report, and I think when I think global, I think whole, I think holistic, and it felt like kind of one-dimensional for me. There was a lot of superficial elements. There's a lot of changing environments. There's a lot of moving young people around, but it seemed to still lack strategy in some ways, because it doesn't really address some of the other questions that I have about how you're addressing real rehabilitative needs and how you're preparing young people to come home. It just, for me, was lacking a lot of the, I guess my main question is, why is the plan so very focused on facility changes as much as it's focused on changes that help, like the young people, the rehabilitative stuff, the behavioral support, the programs, the services, things like that? Is it supposed to be more heavily leaning towards the cosmetic changes, like those types of things, rather than supporting the young people?
No, thank you for the question. So it is a facilities plan. Did I just mispronounce that? It's a facilities plan. So we say the global plan, but if you go back and look at the requirement for the department was to come up with a facilities plan for juvenile. So in essence, how are we going to use what is left? What population could we best serve? Do we need to build out? So you're right. What you're seeing is heavily focused on infrastructure because that's what the plan that was called for was. We took the opportunity to say, in thinking of how we're going to use the facilities that we have, we want to have some underlying values and principles that we're just hinting at here. So for example, one of the things that we want to do is to better serve specific needs. So the plan doesn't go into what our future endeavors are going to be to do better needs assessments and to do dynamic assessments so that we know what programming to contract with. That's part of it, but you don't see it in here because it's a facilities plan. It's predicated on the notion that having smaller communities will best serve the youth that we have and will create an environment which they can be better prepared when they leave. All those values were taken into consideration to come up with this, but you're right that it doesn't have any of that meat on what are we actually doing because it's actually a facilities plan. My hope was that after approval of this, that's when all of the meetings with everybody involved, meaning the other departments, private vendors that provide services, would actually help develop the specifics. This is heavily probation. This is probation. This is my vision for how we should use the facilities that we have for the population that we anticipate with the fiscal restraint that we have. It in no way represents how we would operationalize because I wouldn't set to do that without input from everyone else. If I would have presented, we're going to use this modality and do this, it would have been completely prescriptive and there would be very little room to get feedback and say, we think that the best thing. And so I was really trying to be sensitive to that, to say, it's not all filled in. That now goes to projects and work groups to jointly, because I wanted to get to this joint ownership component of filling that in. It didn't, I don't think that's how it was received. It was received as in you haven't thought through any of those things and why aren't you producing something that's a little bit more meaningful? When in reality, it was simply saying, we're not going to unilaterally do all the operational pieces, but the part that I am responsible for is for the facilities and the budget that we have and how we can utilize them.
So superficially, the plan just aims to do what's necessary, reconfigure the populations, move people around, update the settings so that you can reach compliance. Is that the primary objective?
Compliance is a strong component. It takes into consideration what staffing do we have? What are the compliance challenges that we have? And then we still have those values, which are we want a downward push for the population at LP. We want to be able to consolidate young people with like needs. We want to create an environment in which a population feels separate, and we want to be smarter about the contracts that we engage in for the services. Not every young person we have needs the same services. And we're in a situation now where it is difficult to provide adequate programming because we have a conglomeration of youth with needs and then trying to figure out how to establish a class for 3. What you end up doing is the wrong prescription. It's the wrong class for the wrong kid. And that really doesn't advance anything. So what this attempts to do is separate by mission the different facilities that we have so that then we can concentrate on those specific needs and contract for those services and better serve the young people that we have.
I get it. I mean, I understand and I appreciate how the plan in some way solicits some feedback, collaboration, all of those things. But I think you've gotten a lot of feedback and a lot of input about what stakeholders need in order to at least, implement that and include it in the plan, right? I mean, because for me, that's the part that's most underwhelming. Like all of the other changes are fine. The infrastructural things, they make sense to me. And I think that there's some realignment or some alignment with Youth Justice Reimagined, but the other piece is severely lacking for me. And I was really looking forward to seeing more of that stuff so that we can see the correlation between your global plan and how it's improving public safety in some way. But it's completely disjointed for me. So, yeah.
Commissioner Meredith.
One of the things that's key to me is I'm looking at Camp Scudder as being a new training facility, which I wholeheartedly agree with, because I believe the current facility we have in Pico Rivera, we lease and don't own, and that's money that can be better utilized. Plus, I think, as it points out here, Scott and Scudder are more centrally located. So I just want you to know, I believe that, and I think we can do enhanced training, and what training is one of the issues that we've talked about in the past.
Appreciate that comment, and we've been listening to folks and acknowledge that what we are demanding of our staff, not just our officers, but also as we reimagine the teams that we want. It's not just probation officers, folks from other departments with other disciplines. And when we start thinking of what the new demands are for them or what we expect of them, we certainly can't get there without having a dedicated training center so that we can really dedicate sort of career-wide or lifelong learning for our folks. It's simply unfair to add expectations to them without adequate training and ongoing training.
A secondary question going through this, I know, and I looked at Supervisor Horvath most, and she refers to the military training program, which I don't think people really understand. It's not a military training program. It's, for those that don't know, it's called the Sunburst Academy. I'm very familiar with it because it's on the same base that I come out of on weekends. That is a voluntary program that really addresses at youth. Could you explain that a little bit further so the other commissioners might understand it better?
Yeah, what it's not is it's not a boot camp, so at all. And I encourage folks to take a look at the California Military Department and their various academies that have statewide. What it actually focuses on the whole person and academics. And it's a very impressive program. We have one locally. I encourage folks to go visit. And what they're focused on is lifelong change. And they follow these young men and women afterward to make sure that it's not that they simply come for this period, advance in terms of their credits, but that they're actually connected to what is going to happen to them afterward. You know, the most I can say is please visit one of these programs before you have an opinion on what it is, because it's not at all the focus on that military component, but rather how do you do wraparound services for young people? Very impressive.
No, that's what I was trying to get at it, because I read it, it says military program. I think people are going to think it's a boot camp when it's not. And it is voluntary. In fact, my familiarity with it is I deal with it about once a month. There was a youth out of South LA who the judge gave him the option to go to this program or go into custody. And he took the program. And after I talked to him, he goes, yeah, I'm getting ready to go register to go to El Camino College. And that was what inspired me to, when I was talking about this program. I think that I'm glad you're looking at it.
No, and thank you for that prompt. Essentially, again, voluntary. We already have youth that participate in these programs. As a matter of fact, it is an avenue for the courts to send them rather than them continuing an LP. That already occurs today. It's simply taking a model that is very successful but doesn't have capacity and bringing it to Los Angeles.
So if you bring that model to Los Angeles, is it going to be voluntary for the youth, or is it going to be where they're assigned?
It has to be voluntary.
So, and it would be voluntary for youth who are already detained, not for youth who are not detained?
Exactly.
Now, I visited the areas, the environment, so I just wondered. Commissioner Kokani?
Thank you. I will just start from the top, I guess, and that's related to Barry J. and your desire to kind of turn that into the secure youth treatment facility. Have you been able to identify a cost related to building out your vision?
So I don't have a cost for you, but what I will tell you is that there's nothing in this global plan with respect to Los Padrinos or Nydorf that adds cost to what is already required due to a DOJ settlement on providing a home-like setting. What this is doing is it's being much more targeted in the types of communities that we have and making sure that since there's already going to be significant cost in turning these locations with home-like settings, that we're doing it in a smart way that is going to be sustainable for us to provide services for the types of youth that we have. So the reason you don't see a number here is because no additional money is being requested for the global plan specifically. These construction efforts have to take place at Nydorf anyway.
I hear what you're saying, but there's, I mean, some things will, I get that there is a requirement to make these facilities more home-like. I know that the construction has been underway at Barry J before it was closed as a hall, to turn it more home-like, to change the color of the furniture, to brighten things up a bit, which probably is a cheaper investment, or I'm assuming it's a cheaper investment than building out the small homes or implementing this college academy or whatever it is that you're envisioning. So just understanding the difference between those costs would be helpful. As you said, there is a budgetary restraint. We will be facing a kind of restricted or a more restrictive budget. So I think it would be helpful to know, while there are dollars allocated, I think some things might cost more if you do them a certain way or might cost less if you do them another way. So it would be helpful to even know what that would cost versus what it is that's currently happening and how much that has cost. The other question I had was, if you turn Barry J into the only secure youth treatment facility, are you having the staff that's currently at Kilpatrick then relocate to Barry J? Is that the intention?
So those are all negotiable items. So these aren't things that are set out before a program moves forward.
It just feels like it's something that's important to consider, given that the Kilpatrick staff, from my understanding, works at a 56-hour work week. And staff at Barry J, I believe, works 8-hour shifts, 5 days a week. And if you are having all 100 plus young folks who are dispositioned to a secure youth treatment facility, knowing whether or not you have the staff to do that feels important, especially because, as you said, one of your intentions is to come into compliance with the BSCC, and given that staffing is the issue, just wondering how that will play into this.
Yeah, I don't know that can we go back to the numbers that you presented? Because the proposal here is essentially to potentially increase the population from where it is naturally today by 14 to 20 kids. It's not, I thought you said a higher number.
Well, how many kids are, I can look, how many kids are currently at Barry J and how many kids are currently at Kilpatrick?
So Kilpatrick has 14 to 20. That's the population that we're talking about adding. Nydorf already has expanded to the larger number of 80, or I mean, it's already there. So that there's no movement of a large group of SYTF.
But you're going to need more staff, right?
Right, but more staff for 14 is very different than more staff for 90 more. I just want to make very clear that we're talking about a sort of de minimis, the increase that we're talking about. That's first of all. Secondly, there's an assumption that every young person that otherwise would have been eligible for Kilpatrick will then remain. And that's just not the case. We have Pine Grove. We continue to have 2 contracts, one of them the Boys Republic. Those would be increased as well, so that there will still be other avenues for young folks to go to other step-down programs. So to answer your question more directly with respect to the staffing component, this isn't a big shift in staffing. I cannot answer that question because it is a negotiable item within union to determine how staff will move or will not move or what type of schedules they would have.
What is the current, I guess, desired max capacity at Barry J? I feel like I've heard staff share a number, and I know that that isn't necessarily like the rated max capacity, but I think there was like a desired number that I had heard from staff at Barry J. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that number or if you've set that number.
So the global plan anticipates being able to provide services for around 100 at Nydorf between the various programs.
And the various programs being, again, just the
step
regular
down.
SYTF
Yes.
and then the Sunburst Academy replication.
Yes.
Is that right? And will the Sunburst Academy replication be the only way young people can receive higher education at Barry J?
No. Every program will still be entitled to educational services.
So Mission College, is it Mission College that's currently at Barry J?
It might be.
Okay, so that will remain there.
This doesn't anticipate removal of any educational
Okay.
programs. Yeah.
And so are you considering, just as young folks have seen Kilpatrick as a step down, is your anticipation that this Sunburst Academy 2.0 will be seen as a step down? Is that like the replacement for what is being offered at Campus Kilpatrick?
Yeah, I think that we have to be much more clear with the young people that we have so that they can have more agency of what types of programs that they could step down into through behavior. We currently have, Kilpatrick is not the only program we have. Like I said, we have Boys Republic, and I don't think we do a great job, but it's not visible to them. So they almost count on either their public defender or an officer telling them that these things are available. So as part of the global plan, part of the intent is for SYTF youth who are typically with us for a longer period of time to know these are my options. I have some agency. And so that it would be potentially the step down Osprey or Sunburst Academy style. It would be the off-site contracted programs that would have. It would be Pine Grove. And even within the normal program, there should be step down due to behavior so that you still have more freedoms and, like I said, more agency, even within the normal program.
I guess what becomes of the LA model then that currently lives at Kilpatrick that has been built out really by the staff who have been there for a significant amount of time, who have kind of bought into that model and who've been who have been able to replicate or create something very unique. Are we just doing away with that?
Oh, I hope that's brought over. I mean, we count on all of that staff that has built this on and they bring it over. Look, I need to be very clear here because I keep hearing folks say things like, do we not believe in what Kilpatrick has done? That's not the case. We have constraints here. I only have a certain number of facilities and we need to make the best use of them. Kilpatrick is a fantastic program. It can only serve a very small group of young people and we have a greater population. So nothing in this plan says that Kilpatrick isn't a good program, that we don't appreciate. It's really the staff there, the interactions that they have with the young people. We want to bring that over. We want that to be the norm for all of our SYTF population. And if I had more locations, if we still had 18 camps that we could utilize, the global facilities plan would look very different. But the truth of the matter is, what is listed here is all that is available. And we just can't continue using an entire facility for just 14, 15, or 16 young people.
I imagine if it was that easy to replicate the LA model, we would have already done so. I think I've heard that the capacity at Kilpatrick was limited to whatever it was, like 20 young folks because of the staff kind of quarters where staff sleep related to the 56-hour work week. So would that not remain an issue? Like, would we somehow be able to increase the population just because it's no longer SYTF youth at Kilpatrick? Or will the staffing quarters remain an issue?
I've heard that a lot, that the reason for the low population is because of staffing. And I've heard that it's because of staffing sleeping quarters.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the only consideration for the population remaining low there.
I mean, it's your department that has reported that that's the rate limiting factor, that and plumbing. So you're saying that's no longer an issue? Or then what is it that limits Kilpatrick's kind of ability to serve more young people as it currently stands? Like, why do we only have 14 to 20 SYTF youth there?
Can I address something on that?
Sure.
Part of the problem we have is there's a group of city councils out there and supervisor's office that do not want that to grow any larger than it's at. And one of my neighbors happens to be a representative for one of those councils out there and says that they would go after CEQA or anything else they could do if we try to expand that footprint. So it makes it very limiting and difficult for the chief to answer, so I can answer it.
If you're going to move them, what number do you anticipate in the future will be served at Kilpatrick with the global plan?
So the global plan essentially caps it at 50 young women at Kilpatrick.
What was that?
50.
Okay. How many young folks do you, if you can tell me, do you have currently at Pine Grove? Sorry, what was the other step down? Boys Republic. Were there any other kind of external step downs that you had named that you have
there's one.
contracts with?
I don't have that number in front of me. We could send it to you.
Okay. And then I wanted to move to, your proposal to, or your desire to close Central. We're not actually permanently closing it, right? Your desire is to still keep it open so that in the event of an emergency, you can use it. Is that right?
Not exactly. Thanks for the opportunity to clarify. So Central already is not a location where we can house youth. We're using it sort of an outpatient basis because we have some medical equipment there. That is already in the process of being moved closer to the youth, which is part of this, so that we can provide more timely services. What you may have read in here with respect to emergency is just my call out saying that anything in our real estate portfolio should have a warm shutdown in an acknowledgement that we have a number of natural disasters. So it's not that it would be maintained as a juvenile hall for use. It's simply sort of a secure area like anyone that we have left in the event that we have to use it for.
Do you have a dollar amount that will be spent to maintain the facility so that it is only warmly closed and not, I don't know at the end, coldly closed?
I like that word. No, I don't.
Because I recall when LP was not housing young people, there was still a fairly high dollar amount that was associated with maintaining it. So it would be good to have that number because the global plan, I think, in my opinion, it's not just a facilities shuffle, but it should correlate with also like a price reduction in how much we're spending, and it's not clear. I guess I'm just not seeing that in this plan.
There's nothing in this plan that purports that this plan reduces the budget of probation.
Right, I'm just saying that I think it should. And so again, then in warmly closing Central, there's really no other use for it. There's no other use that the there's really, yeah, there's no other way to use this facility. Is that right? Like it would still kind of have to exist as a potential facility in the event of an emergency. So
No, not exactly. I mean, it's still part of the larger county real estate portfolio. And there may be other departments or other desires by the Board of Supervisors to use it for something else. I mean, even LP, when it was vacated, was utilized for other services in the absence of having youth there.
I mean, it was used for a program for pregnant and parenting teens for a very brief moment. And I think at max it had like 7 or 8 young people. So it still needed to largely be available, or it seemed like it was largely still available for probation's needs.
No, I guess what I'm saying is that that's a larger county question on the utilization of the site, not simply probation.
So then if the county were to decide to use it for something else, then you would not then have an emergency facility?
And we would have whatever else is remaining in the portfolio, right?
Which, according to the global plan, is nothing.
I'm sorry, say that again.
According to the global plan, there is no other facility in the portfolio. Every other facility you're using.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, there's still Challenger is still within our portfolio.
Commissioner Kakani, if I may, I was going to give the other commissioners an opportunity to ask questions and then maybe move to public comment so they get a little share of the time and then return to the commissioners. So if there's any other commissioner, Commissioner Brooke, followed by Commissioner Jackson.
Harris.
Harris, I'm so sorry.
It's all good. Good morning, or good afternoon, Chief. I have a few follow-up questions. I'm going to start by saying that, you know, it feels like we've lost this battle, not just in Los Angeles County, but statewide. When DJJ was anticipated to be closed, I mean, you reference home-like environments, but, you know, juvenile halls are the opposite of home-like environments that are referenced in that statute. There is just no way around it. And every single county has chosen to put their SYTF into a juvenile hall, which are probably the least therapeutic juvenile facilities available to young people. And so your proposal is to shut down the shining star of your department that is functioning well, where staff are contributing to the rehabilitation and preparation of young people to leave a locked facility and to go back into the community, to remain safe, to contribute to, you know, achieve what goals they have and to achieve, you know, the common goal of public safety. That's what's happening at Campus Kilpatrick right now. And the proposal is to shut that down and to move young people back to a notoriously difficult and beleaguered facility that is, you know, it's called the compound for a reason, right? And I see that part of your plan is to build tiny homes and, you know, designing an SYTF small community. But that just feels impossible. It feels impossible with, you know, what we know about the facility, what we know about, you know, the reason, and I've recently been to Kilpatrick, to Dorothy Kirby, because I really wanted to understand how you laid this out, right? And I think that it's really best understood if you go to these places. And well, let me ask you a question about a specific thing. So Sunburst Academy, who does that currently service? Is it high school students or college students? Is Sunburst Academy an actual college program?
High school.
Okay. So why is the Barry J. Neidorff College Academy being proposed with a high school program instead of with a community college or a 4-year university?
It would, it's simply, I think you're right. So the educational assessment would take into establish who the educational component. And I think you're right. I think that because it would be at Neidorff, I think in likelihood it would turn out to be a 13th year or a community college program. I think that's pointed assessment, that would likely change to that. It's referenced there in that manner because that's the current model. But it would be negotiated according to the population that we have and their educational needs. And again, I think you're right. We have more graduates there, so it would have to shift.
I mean, what about, have you contemplated furloughs to actual community colleges where young people are with their peers and understand what it's like to be on a college campus and engage with their professors face to face, an experience that, you know, some of us in the room have had, and to actually prepare them, you know, if they want to pursue college or further education when they get out, to like know what it's like to go onto a campus. Have you contemplated that as part of this model of, you know, building the SYTF small community?
Yeah, no, I mean, again, this is a facilities global plan for the folks that are the courts sent to be to us to be housed in an SYTF facility. There are other programs that probation should continue to explore along with DYD and JCOD to keep more young people from entering our system and to keep them from coming back to the system. We don't do enough there. And I think that the county has made a significant investment in 2 other departments to assist in that area because probation needs the assistance. That doesn't replace my mandate to house young people that are sent to us by the judiciary. And I think that a lot of the conversation that is sent my way and probation's way is really, it's the wrong venue. I don't make those determinations, and I'm asked consistently why I would choose to put somebody in. That really is advocacy for the judiciary, and if there are any suggestions for them to make decisions, to make other determinations, they're welcome. I still have the responsibility for the population that we have and that is anticipated to have somewhere to house them and to do a better job. By the way, the purpose of the facilities global plan begins with an acknowledgement that we have to do a better job at providing for the young people that we have. Always open to suggestions. And for example, I keep waiting for some entity or folks that are in the network of care to come back with other suggestions on how to use the facilities we have. I'm open to that. I have extreme limitations. We're trying to propose to do the best with what we have. Kilpatrick in particular, like I said before, I have a responsibility for all of the young people that we have, and it is insufficient to say we're doing a good job for this very small group, and so I can't use the facility or the resources that we have. No, the answer is what they are being afforded needs to be afforded to all of the young people that we have. I get the defensiveness to continue the Kilpatrick, but what I'm telling you is for a system this size to say, from the limited resources that you have, don't touch this, just isn't right. We also have to be honest with each other. The young people that we have at Kilpatrick earned their way there. They earned their way there. It is absolutely true. One of the reasons Kilpatrick works so well is because we already know that the young people that are going there have proven that they should be in a different environment because they can be trusted, they're a bit more responsible. We don't want to take that away from them. And at no point have I said, look, this would be done tomorrow and all of them would be pulled up and they would have to go to Nydorf. Very sensitive to the fact that once someone has reached there, we want to do this in a very smart way to make sure, some of them will be ready to leave custody. What I am saying is that the strength of the staff that we have there, the fact that the environment is conducive for more rehabilitative sort of structure, that has to be replicated, and we have to use that for all the SYTF, not just for 15.
I agree with you. I think that all youth should be given a different SYTF program. I think we just disagree, probably very fundamentally, where that can be accomplished. Let's talk about Kilpatrick and the proposed plan for moving girls and gender nonconforming youth there. I have a number of questions for you. I'm going to start by asking, you're proposing to increase the current population that's housed at Kilpatrick by at least double, almost triple. Commissioner Meredith commented, referenced a political issue, but do you anticipate that those political issues will dissipate when this proposal, if this proposal goes through, when you're basically tripling the population of probation youth at that facility?
And just to piggyback on that too, how does that dovetail with the county's effort to decarcerate girls? It looks like you're going to provide a landing spot that people can justify for more incarceration of girls.
Yeah, that doesn't sit as true with me. And none of this proposal says I want to expand the number of beds I have so that I can have more young people in custody. Not at all. You don't see that anywhere in here. I have to prognosticate how many, according to the last 2 years, are brought to us for serious and violent offenses, but none of this says I want an expansion. Not at all. This doesn't replace any efforts to keep young people from being inside, period. That's parallel to this. This is a response to what I think everybody here says, which is need to provide more specific and adequate services for young women and non-conforming youth. That's the charge here. I've proposed how to do that. And what would be helpful is, again, I'm putting this offer out to anybody that cares about our population. Okay, you don't think this is the best way to do it. I would love to hear recommendations are. For example, if you were to come back and say, no, we think it's Dorothy Kirby, and this is the list of reasons why I think that would be a safe environment to do it. That would be helpful. But really the response to the global plan is, look, I think that there shouldn't be young girls in custody in LA County. That is not a reality that I can go to work with when judges for serious and violent offenses still charge me with housing young women. So, but I'm open to suggestions on, I don't think you've hit the mark here. These are the reasons why, but I have a suggestion. Otherwise, we have to move forward and do better than housing them where they are today.
How do the experts have conversations with you? There are a number of experts in this room from community-based organizations who have developed community housing programs, who have developed credible messenger programs, who are engaged in credible messengering and have ideas on how this works. How do they have those conversations with you? How do you propose to listen to the experts and have these conversations?
So if this global plan is approved, the next step is those work groups that are exactly what you're saying, to come back and say, look, this is the best way to do it. We do have experts engaged, for example, in this component, but we need to hear from folks that are local and that actually interact with our young people. What I will say is that what I always ask is, we may differ on some elements, but if we begin with we're dissatisfied where our young girls are today. We're dissatisfied where they are and the services are being provided. We agree with that. I'm asking for assistance in developing the best possible alternative that we have, but short of coming to a probation department and saying, the only thing I want to talk about is not having any young women in custody. That doesn't leave a lot of room for discussion, because I'm charged legally by the court to house young women while they're pending those cases. So there's room for discussion on how to reduce population. There's room for, but I just want to be very blunt on, I hope the conversation is most useful if there's some assistance for today's reality, which is I still have to house some young women.
So during the order to show cause hearings, the department has adamantly indicated that they cannot move pre-dispo kids to a camp location. This global plan has 29 pre-dispo girls being moved to Camp Kilpatrick to sit along 22 dispo girls. So why is that possible? And the current, especially with the idea that we're going to close Page, why isn't it possible to move pre-dispo boys that are doing well to Page?
Yeah, I think it's a misunderstanding on what it would do. It would change what the facility is. We would have to seek approval from BSCC to change what the facility is. That's why.
So if we can move to public comment and then we'll return. Wendy, do we have any public comment, written or live?
Yes, we have a number of written public comments that are attached to the agenda, and I see lots of people standing up to speak in the room. I'm not going to cut you off, so if you don't want to actually stand, you can sit down and then get up later. And then if you want to use your little raise your hand function on the WebEx, click it and you'll get in line. If you're calling, dial *3. We're going to do 2 minutes and you can begin.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Derek Miller. I'm an advocate for the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, and I completely agree with Ms. Brooke Harris. I was incarcerated for 2 years. I've been a Central, Selmar, LP, and Camp Kilpatrick. And I honestly feel like if it wasn't for my staff at Kilpatrick, I wouldn't be where I am today. I'm currently in college. I'm an honorable dean student. I'm on this list every semester. I have a 3.75 GPA. And honestly, I honestly feel like if it weren't for my staff, I wouldn't have built the work ethic and want to actually change my life. So I want to give a huge shout out to my staff at Kilpatrick, and thank you. Thank you for having me today.
Thanks, Mr. Miller.
Sorry, I'm short. Good afternoon. My name is Tasha Daniels. I'm formerly incarcerated system impacted youth, and now I work with the Young Women's Freedom Center as a youth organizer. Once again, we're seeing probation fail our youth, trying to place them in facilities designed for boys. By calling Kilpatrick a home-like environment is misleading and harmful. There is nothing home-like about incarceration, period. Moving young people like they're the problem is heartbreaking and can affect their mental health. By being moved far from families and community is saddening and it breaks my heart. They are not burdens. They are children of communities who deserve care and dignity. Placing young women and gender-expansive youth in a facility staffed mostly by men creates real risk of sexualization and discomfort. Even by having to roll up their pants at night is humiliating and reopens wounds we are trying to heal. Kilpatrick open environment exposes youth to harm, abuse, bullying, and gladiator-style fights. This isn't care. This is not rehabilitation. Our youth need real support, consistent, compassionate care that helps them heal and build a future. These are children of today's community, and we need to help.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Deanna Pittman. I'm a program manager with the Young Women's Freedom Center in downtown LA. We are a leadership and advocacy organization that works with trans youth, with gender expansive youth, and young girls that are re-entering society after incarceration. First and foremost, I'd like to thank y'all for talking about this global plan because we're extremely concerned about what can happen if this plan is actually implemented. Specifically, we're super worried about the proposal to move all girls to Camp Kilpatrick. The BOS promised that we were going to be moving towards decarceration by this year. It's 2025, and now we're talking about solidifying and cementing the incarceration of girls and gender expansive youth. In the pro and con list that y'all created, it was mentioned that a pro to moving the girls to Kilpatrick is that they'll have a dedicated facility for girls and gender expansive youth that can lead to improved programming options and focusing on girls' needs. We know that this isn't true. The diverse population is cited as being relatively small, but we should also note that it's been steadily rising in the past few months. And the folks that are currently incarcerated, their needs are complex and they're so different. So we're fearful of the outcomes of putting youth that are in different ages, different dispositions, different levels of maturity and mental health needs, all in the same facility. What we really should be doing is putting our time, our energy, and our resources into decarceration and finding the girls and gender expansive youth who can come home today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is James. I'm with the Youth ARC Coalition. Now that we got the chief here, I just want to comment on what this man said. Nieto, I think that's your name. I just want to address that like staff aggression towards youth is I totally disagree with you, man. Respectfully, like I firsthand actually experienced it. I actually witnessed one of your staff actually punch a minor because he got mad because of the comments and what he was saying. And I actually tried to de-escalate this situation, and your staff actually headbutted me and broke my nose. And it actually took 4 days for me to actually go to the hospital. And then during that time, they said they couldn't actually like break my nose. Like they had to re-break my nose. And they said if I wanted to do it, it would just basically be like the same pain I felt when the nose was broken. I was actually in the medical mod for 4 days with a swollen nose, and I really couldn't even feel my nose, to be honest. And I had actually problems breathing and stuff. But I just want to disagree with the comments you said that like staff aggression on youth does not happen like assault. I just disagree. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that.
Hello, I'm Thomas Bell, Camp Vice President for Local 685. First and foremost, with the global plan, I'm gonna have to disagree and say closing Camp Page, Chief, is a bad idea. It lowers, first of all, it would take longer for people to come out of LP because now there's only 2 camps open. It would increase the numbers at the other camps as well. Right now, we're doing a good job. We're getting to know the kids. We're getting them their mental health. We're getting their programs. You increase the numbers. Now we got more kids who want to do that program, but they're not able to. Versus if they're at Page, they're able to participate in the programs as well. You got mental health that goes to both camps. If everybody's jammed up into one camp, they're not going to be able to reach everybody as well as they are when they go to 2. Because when we close camps, they feel, okay, we're going to lower our numbers too. So it's going to affect everybody in a way. Not to mention the officers that work at Camp Page, they're going to feel the same way. They're going to retire pretty much. A lot of them are going to retire. Some of them, are afraid that they're going to end up in LP. As far as Kilpatrick is concerned, so, just end it with, we need to keep Camp Page open and work with something. As far as Kilpatrick, I think everybody agrees that we need to make sure that we keep it as is. I don't agree with sending the girls over, but I also hear you when you say come up with ideas. So I'm all for Mr. Mundo, an idea. How about you grab 4 of your commissioners? I'll grab 4 of my union exec board members. You go manager with 4. We all sit down, we come up with an idea, and we can give it to them. I'm down with doing that. It's 2 different ideas. I would like for at least one of them to be either Ms. Kanani or Ms. Harris. Just throw that in there. But thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Evelyn. I'm a youth organizer with the Young Women's Freedom Center. I'm 18 years old and a system impacted. I'm here today to actually consider decarceration as a recommendation for the girls and gender expansive youth in LP and DKC. Girls and gender expansive youth in facilities are dealing with and being affected by limited resources such as understaffing, lack of mental health support, and access to medical care. The girls in these facilities' needs are not being met. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Hello, my name is Tara Shakur, and I represent the Youth Justice Coalition. In honor of Women's History Month, I want to share a powerful quote by Audre Lorde: "The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house." This quote resonates as we see disturbing plans by probation's global plan to turn youth camps into training centers for probation officers. This decision is sickening. It reinforces a broken system rather than addressing its failures. Furthermore, the chief's history of evading accountability and missing crucial meetings, such as POC meetings and Board of Supervisors sessions, shows a pattern of neglect. If a young person misses courts, they're arrested. If a mother misses court, her children are taken from her. But when those in power fail to show up, there are no consequences. This Women's History Month, I urge us to demand the same accountability for probation officers as we do for mothers and youth who have far fewer resources. Let's stand for justice and fairness for all. Also, just had to add this in because what? If I was a young person and you gave me the option to go to camps or military training, it's still both horrible options. Neither one makes sense. It's like putting a kid between a rock and a hard place. Both toxic. You don't know what you're doing. Please stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lupita and my pronouns are she, her. I'm here representing the Sister Warriors Freedom Coalition, a statewide network of sisters who have been directly impacted by incarceration, foster care, immigration, and other systems that criminalize and control us. We survive violence and trauma, and we're committed to ensuring our voices are heard in decisions that affect our lives and our communities we belong to. I'm here today to express my concerns about the global plan for placing youth in facilities described as having a home-like environment. This is contradiction when we talk about jails. There is nothing home-like about it. We need to reimagine justice and create real step-down facilities that are truly reflecting a safe and nurturing and home-like environment. Let's not forget the $4 billion lawsuit related to sexual abuse at LA's county juveniles halls and camps. We fear that youth, particularly in facilities designed for boys and primarily staffed by men, are vulnerable to be sexualized or at the very least made to feel uncomfortable. The practice of having youth take off their pants and roll them up at the ends of their bed is degrading and potentially triggering for those with histories of abuse. True justice would mean shrinking the department, especially when it's facing 30 indictments connected to 69 gladiator styles fights, harming 143 kids in a it's safe to assume that these numbers are just the tip of the iceberg. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I like that, folks. I'm Devontre Farmer. I'm here with YJC to resolve the problems with the lack of transparency and accountability from the probation department, especially like regarding the treatment that the youth are getting in there. Here, bro, I don't need that. Off the back, that speech shit. Yeah, but like the treatment that the youth is getting in there. I was currently incarcerated from youth, juveniles to county jail to prison. And the juvenile centers, it just leads you to county jail. It's going to lead you to that. The probation, especially, because they're going to violate you. I'm dealing with this as we speak right now on parole. My probation officer, they're going to violate you, find any little thing to violate you. And even if you're working, whatever you're doing good, they're going to find bad in what you're doing. And it's the same cycles throughout all the years. And if we're coming with alternatives rather than like reentry programs such as YJC, RAC, like come on, like ARC, yeah, like all that shit. Like we're giving y'all the answers and you don't have the answers. Y'all don't have the answers and y'all looking for them, but it's in y'all face. So come correct. Focus up.
Thanks, Demontre.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacob Jackson. I'm here with the Youth Justice Coalition. I'm here to demand full transparency in this facility plan. The county and the public must be able to see a detailed budget for all proposed changes to population and facilities. Year after year, we see the money wasted on cosmetic improvements, making facilities look better instead of investing in real change. Meanwhile, we're told there's no funding for critical programming and services inside these spaces. How is it that possible when the probation budget has increased every year? Wait, I'm trying to figure that out. If this is truly about supporting our youth, then why is the community being kept in the dark about how much is being spent? Where is the money going? We want the Los Angeles County to remain committed to the Youth Justice Reimagined Plan and to continue shrinking the probation budget. We've seen firsthand how funds are misused. Just look at the past attempts, like when LA County tried to build a $3.5 billion women jail on toxic land. Without community organizing, that jail would have been built and women would have been incarcerated there today. And on that same toxic land, they would have been dying. They would have been dying having their babies. They don't care about us. In August 2019, the board ultimately canceled the plan to build the so-called mental health treatment center, which would have been another jail disguised as care. We know that jails are not the answer to mental health needs or community safety. This plan must include full budget transparency for all proposed budget. The public has the right to see where the money is going. And you talked about young people earn their way into jails. That's interesting. Did you earn your way in this position? Because you're failing.
All right. Hello, my name is Jeffrey Hines. I represent Youth Justice Coalition. I have been in the field of youth development going on 8 years. I've worked with over hundreds of students, similar ones that have been on probation cases. And I have seen a change in the youth by just meeting their basic needs. If you listen to the youth, they will tell you what it is that they need. You have to create a safe space for them. If there's constantly something looming over their head, they're always going to be in fear and not want to ask for the help that they actually need. The community has been here telling you what the youth need because we've been going to the youth and asking them what it is that they need. There's been a plan that's been given to you, and it's been 5 years. And I just wonder, have you ever opened it up at any point in time and took a look at it? You could use all of the lingo that you think that, we want to hear today, that you care. But in all actuality, you've never cared about the youth because all they are is a dollar sign that adds to your paycheck. You're not here for rehabilitation. You're here to create more criminals. And we've been saying this for years. And we keep having to come back up here and say the same thing to you. The community has the answers because we are the ones actually dealing with them, because we actually care about them, because they come for our houses, our homes, our families. They listen to us. They trust us. They don't trust you. So give them back to the community that loves them and trusts them and wants to see the best from them. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello. Hi, my name is Roberto Luca, and I am the executive director of RAMP. RAMP is the Restorative Academic Mentorship Program. We are a LRP. We're located in the San Fernando Valley. We've been working with youth coming out from the course for the SYTF population for about 1.5 years now. And it's been a struggle. It's been difficult. I am happy to say, and I want to give Mr. Eric Riley from Probation a shout out because he has stepped up with the rest of the LRPs, and we are making some improvements to the care that's being provided and more supportive funding. What I wanted to say is, I think, as you can see, communities here, we're here, and we should be part of the conversation. I think sometimes probation, commissioners, and other stakeholders forget that there is a voice, there is a community that wants to be part of the solution. And it would have been amazing if probation, for example, could have led with said, hey, we're going to create a global plan. Why don't we include community's voice in this plan? So that's just the way I see of moving towards resolution. And the last thing that I would say is that I also stand before you here as someone who has been rehabilitated. I was arrested at the age of 16. I did 28 years of incarceration. Since my release in 2017, I have worked for the Amity Foundation. I have worked for ARC. I was part of the board of commissioners at the BSCC who actually worked on revising the Title 15 for the new SYTF facilities. And the hope in that and at the BSCC was that these facilities would be constructed anew and not from old facilities to look and still be the same. So thank you.
Thank you, Roberto.
Good afternoon. My name is Erasmo Reyes. I am also one of the co-founders of RAMP LA. I am here as a father, a husband, a community member. I was in Central KNL with Roberto Luca in 1988, along with another friend of mine named Joel Aguilar, who did 22 years on a life without sentence. Some of you guys here are educated. My education was in the early 90s at CSP Corcoran in the SHU program, where we were forced to go out and fight for our lives. I later went on to Pelican Bay to the SHU program there, got out at age 30. I have 7 children. I've been married for 21 years. I own a real estate development company. Man, I'm pretty emotional because I'm here as a community member. You know, a lot of people should put their money where their mouth is. As a community member, I've chosen to put my money where my mouth is. We have 3 homes in the San Fernando Valley. Some beds are vacant, you know, because some people are prideful in the powers that be, the stakeholders, for whatever reason. We should be allowed to speak. We got plenty of people that are within our organization that not only have the lived experience, but have the academia behind them that can really make a generous contribution to the problem at hand. Let us in. We're ready to work. Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Hello, my name is Emily, and I am a youth organizer at the Young Women's Freedom Center. I am 23 years old and formerly in system impacted. I am here today to discuss about the pros and cons that POC released. One of the pros claimed that one of the reasons to move girls to the camp is because the facility is more home-like and comfortable, when in reality, the environment is far from home-like and comfortable. Instead, it's a jail-like environment. And wherever they feel comfortable and safe, with resources from community programs to increase their opportunities. The con that impacted me and is astonished is that CBK was built for and has only served boys and young men since reopening after a $48 million investment in 2017, which is extremely frustrating and unsettling, especially when that $48 million could have gone into education, housing, or other resources to move girls and communities, resources and programs. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Emily.
Good afternoon. My name is Isabella Solomon, and I am a fellow with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I would like to just throw a thought out there. How about allocating more of the budget to expand Kilpatrick, as it has proven to be highly effective? Investing in its growth and further development would allow more youth to benefit from its success. I also want to acknowledge the unity I've witnessed today between probation staff, advocates, and the youth present here today. Something that isn't seen in this space too often. It demonstrates that we all share the same goals, but also at this point, frustrations. While I understand that each youth has unique needs, like the chief stated, I believe that building a foundation rooted in respect, care, stability, and safety for both staff and youth will allow us to more effectively address those individual needs and guide them towards positive outcomes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dominique Davis. I'm the site director at the Young Women's Freedom Center. I'm specifically speaking to you, Mr. Probation man, chief. So we know the facilities are not the problem. This global plan is yet another round of musical chairs with these young people and the staff. You say you want expert input, but never ask for input from your staff, from the experts of this commission, or the community partners in this room. From my time in 2007, 2008, and 2009 till now, LP looks exactly the same. How many of your predecessors promised revamped, more humane, holistic facilities? And things have not changed. When will you stop these games and truly come to the table with the community for solutions rather than empty statements here? We are here. The experts are willing to talk if you're willing to listen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Josh Green. I'm an appointed member of the JJCC and the JJRBG. And if it's helpful to offer some context from my experience over the last 5 years in those spaces, just quickly on the question of Kilpatrick's capacity, I do want to acknowledge what Commissioner Meredith noted, which was that historically there had been reports and there had been some concerns about the way that the Malibu community felt about the facility. I'll just speak for myself. My understanding is, at least with the current supervisor, Malibu has been a very strong partner. And so that may have been true at one time, but it is not my understanding that that is still the case. So I do think there is still an open question, at least for me, about capacity at Kilpatrick. The second thing is just a few things to acknowledge. I think there's a lot of really wonderful values in this plan. I think it's important to acknowledge that, and also to sort of recognize, for me, those values were driven by many of the community members who are here and historically community leadership in this space. And I think one of the challenges for me, having been in this space for the last 5 years, is the plan sort of presupposes that the facilities are the obstacle to achieving those values. And I will say, having visited all of these facilities and looked for the perfect facility combination in this county, it doesn't exist. And so I think we have to start asking ourselves, what is the obstacle that we're really facing? Because what I hear from you, Chief, is quite a lot of alignment with the values and the things we want to accomplish for the outcomes for young people. So a few things that I just want to note, that in addition to the facilities being sort of framed as the problem, and this global plan comes from work that we all did that recognized the massive imperfection of our facilities. That was the impetus behind a need for a global plan. But specifically for the SYTF youth, I think one challenge that we have had, and one of the guiding principles for our work on the JJRBG, has been the legislation that formed this, which specifically asks us to move and use the least restrictive environments available, which is why at that subcommittee, we have refrained from consolidating the entire SYTF population in our most restrictive facility, which is Barry J. Nydorf, or in Los Padrinos. Those are the two most restricted
Josh,
facilities.
I'm going to
Yes.
cut you off, but I think that Commissioner Mundo may want to ask you some specific questions
So don't leave.
later. No, I think leave, and then he may
I
call
mean,
you
don't
back
leave
up
this
after.
room.
Don't leave.
Right. I'm
Thank
gonna go
you
sit
for
down and I'll be
interpreting
over
my
there.
comment. Thank you. Mr. Pettis, welcome.
I'm totally confused. I've listened to Chief, you saying about Sunburst, Pine Grove, Step Down, LA Model, Boys Republic. But we're talking about new programs and we can't run the programs that we have. Everything hinders around safety. We have cadets who are going through their 13-week training who are quitting the moment they see Los Padrinos because of a safety issue. The nurse there, they now have escorts, so they're not stealing the drugs from the nurse. It's not quite a pleasant place, and everybody's dancing around safety, but safety deals with recruiting, it deals with promoting, it deals with longevity, it deals with retirement. Everything hinges around safety. And you asked for a recommendation. My recommendation is return the DPO2 field officers to their offices. They can do their jobs. Eliminate the 90-day rotation where officers are at home, could be at work doing the reports, much needed reports. Right now, you're paying people at work overtime to do the job that I myself could be at work right now today doing those reports. Right now, the department has me working half a year. They call it a 90-day rotation. 90 and 90 is 180. Basically, I work less than half a year. And then they're very specific when they send me home. They says, okay, you come back on December 2nd, you have to leave March 2nd. But then once I'm home, I have no idea when I'm coming back. And I'm being punished for an injury I sustained at probation. It's unbelievable. I mean, when I go home and try to tell my wife I'm at home for half a year, and she said, well, what did you do? I said, I went to work. And that was the end of that. And when we deal with the field officers, these probationers are not being supervised. There's nobody at the office. If somebody wants to come in and report, we cannot get them service. They need housing, we can't get them housing. If they need the psychiatric evaluation, we can't do that. If they need mental health, they need GPS monitoring, whatever they need that we're supposed to be providing, we're not doing that. And so you asked for a recommendation given to bring those DPO2 field officers back to the office and limit a 90-day rotation for people who are able to do their job at work.
Thank you. All right, we have one more in-person comment, and then we have 5 virtual comments. Okay, so the topic is about the global plan. Please stay with the topic. Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. Yes, ma'am, stay on the topic. So I was
Just to
taking
be
some
clear, that
notes.
was not a reminder for you. It was a reminder for all the comments. I apologize if you took it that way.
Okay, again, then I will apologize. I have to speak again. Apologize. Same apology. So, Chief, two things. I take some notes. Number one, I take notes that you said those kids are in that facility earn their spot there. I think that's something you said. That reminds me one thing. I was in the basketball team when I was in high school. You know, we have a tier team 1, 2, 3. So every month our team rotate. You are doing good, you move up. You are doing bad, you get down lower. So I think that is a system that we can try. You are doing good, you get better services. You are doing bad, then bad services. Second, I take some notes is about that you said preventing youth from entering the system. I think that's the most important thing. A lot of the kids I see right here, including numerous political report that they don't have a father. When you grew up in a family, when your mother is a criminal, when your father is a criminal, or when you don't have a mother, when you don't have a father, then 80% of the probability that you will end up in the system when you grew up in a family like that. So how do you prevent youth from entering the system? You address the issue 30 years before the kids was born. So when you are making sure that their father is a law-abiding citizen, having a job, their mother is not doing drug, their mother is not end up on the street or doing all those things, then most likely 70-80% the kids will not end up in your system, will not end up in your department. So by the time when the kids are already born, and then in a problematic family, and then you guys are trying to talk about let's provide good services for them. That is way too late. So how do you address the kids issue? You make sure you address the issue of the father and the mother, or about the grandfather and the grandmother. Then that's how you kill the cycle right there. That's my comments.
Thank you. We're going to go online. Please. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Lena. Go ahead.
Thank you. Lena Mallet with the Children's Defense Fund. It's unclear to me what this vision will achieve other than chaos, continued abuses, and sustained caging, despite promises for youth liberation inscribed in Youth Justice Reimagined. It is not clear to me how this plan will move the department closer to compliance with DOJ or BSCC mandates, and it is even less clear how youth will experience increased access to programming, consistency, or care. Knowing that the department will likely continue to face the same staffing issues it's been navigating for several years, there is no evidence at all to support that these proposed facility transitions would result in this crisis being ameliorated. Offering step-down opportunities within the confines of barbed wire fences and concrete walls is in fundamental conflict with the concept's true meaning and intent. These facility environments are carceral in nature, and no degree of creativity or structural manipulation could ever resemble home. So let them come home. Let them come back to the arms of community who are there waiting. The plan to essentially build a gender-specific juvenile hall solidifies girls' continued incarceration and is contrary to these actual needs of our GGE population. Data shows that 99% of predispositioned girls could be safely served in the community, and they are. Shout out Young Women's Freedom Center, Beloved, and others. Yet probation has chosen to override its own risk assessments to justify holding them in custody. Girls who should be free will now displace boys who have spent years working towards stability and healing at Kilpatrick. And addressing the POC's pros cons list, while many of the cons identified by the POC are factual and aligned with community provider and youth concerns, the majority of the pros are based on assumptive beliefs that rely on a healthy, compliant, and functional department. This is not the reality we're living in.
Thank you. We're going to go online and start with Lucia. Lucia, can you unmute yourself? Yes, we can hear you. You can begin.
I worked for a former CBO that no longer has been allowed to provide services, and for 4 months have not been able to get a response back from anyone in the department. So speaking with you now through another agency, they address that even those who now got placed to the step-down units that are within Barry J are not getting provided programming as much as before and are frustrated. They've also heard about this idea about Kilpatrick being moved into Barry J, which has also made them feel like it's kind of pointless to want to do good or work better and harder because they're still going to be stuck in the Barry J facility at that location. So I do agree that maybe the youth should be spoken to there and, things clarified so that there's no misunderstanding. The programming and culture now at Kilpatrick is amazing. I've experienced it going there, and it would be a shame to take that away. And I agree with what Commissioner Harris shared today. If you have youth that are motivated to do better, like go to Kilpatrick, are given better programming once going to a step down, I assume that will trickle into a better attitude towards staff and making their job easier and safer. Like I said, there's proof there at Kilpatrick. Also to Mr. Miller and Mr. Gerard who got up in line to speak. It's amazing to see these youth advocate for themselves, sharing their experiences, and also please listen to them and also listen to your CBOs. We want to go back in there. We want to assist, even at no cost to help you guys also attain your goals. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Audrina. Audrina, you can unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead and begin.
Okay. As far as programs and services, I've mentioned more than once about probation misconstruing behavior issues with a youth's disabilities and not servicing them. For years, probation has not been providing my son with the services he needs. He's left to figure out ways to channel his disabilities in a positive way without medication. One way that helps him is writing in his notebook and journaling. I brought up to his caseworker, Miss Landon, multiple times my son's disabilities, and she failed to document it or have any meetings with me to provide the department with this important information. Instead, she severed all communication ties with me and at court threw my son under the bus using his disabilities against him as behavior problems.
Audrina, do you have any comments about the global plan issue?
No, well, I mean, everyone's talking about everything different, so it's kind of confusing, but this is important as well. So, I mean, isn't part of the global plan, what's it called, programming?
Understood. If you want to talk about this, we can talk about it under general public comment, or you can direct your comments to the global plan.
Okay, I'll wait till general comment.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have a phone number, which is 310902. You're calling user number 19. You need to dial star six.
Hi.
Yes, you can begin.
Hi, I'm glad you can hear me. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to start off with thanking the gentleman that spoke so highly about probation. I know it takes courage to speak kindly when it's a pattern to only highlight the negative about the probation department. And also, if the morale is already low throughout the department, I don't think it's fair to uproot Kilpatrick staff or youth to another facility. How are you going to punish the staff or the youth that are doing an outstanding job by uprooting them? And can we use one of the camps, either Scott or Scudder, to house the girls? Maybe just use one of the camps for training. And then also, before we speak about giving our youth back to the community, I just want to kindly remind everyone that it is in their communities and their homes that they experience the trauma that led them into incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Jake Smith. And we have after Jake Smith, we have James Maddox, another call-in user 22, and Helen Eigenberg, and that will be the end of public comment on this issue. So Jake Smith, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear?
Yes, you can begin.
Yes, first I'd like to talk about the closure of Camp Page. It's kind of something I don't agree with because the chief says he wants smaller group models, but he's going to take camps that are maybe at 30. Some of them are at 40 right now and increase it to 50. And most of those kids are 707B offenders, which means they could go to SYTF. So what's going to happen is there's going to be no room. They're going to run out. And now you go with these young people that got a 9-month sentence, and now they're going to end up in SYTF with a minimum of 18-month sentence. So it kind of makes absolutely no sense on when he goes to the smaller group model, when he wants to increase it for camps. Also, the second thing I'd like to talk about is Kilpatrick. Kilpatrick is a great program, but it's so limited in the number of people it can service. You could take that same program and open Challenger up and have one side of Challenger have 8 on each side, and that can hold a lot of kids that they can service, and then the whole other side can be all for programming that they can specifically make for those kids. And the people at Sylmar should not have to step down in a facility, the same facility. It's just not a good thing. You want them to have a new environment, a place to go where they know it's going to be different. Kilpatrick isn't limited to the facility. It's limited to the actual program. And if you look, they've only had maybe like less than 10 incidents in the last year, because when they do have an incident, they hold the youth accountable and they send them back to Sylmar. The same needs to be done everywhere. Accountability in the camps aren't there. The accountability in the halls aren't there. We need to have that same attitude everywhere around, not just at Kilpatrick. Thank you.
That's your time. Thank you. We'll go to James Maddox. James, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Terrific. Thank you very much. There is a quote, "No army greater than an idea whose time has come." It's been interesting this morning to listen to the number of people who've acknowledged that the probation department is a $1 billion operation. I have proposed on many occasions, and I'll do it again, shutting it down. Take $300 million and allocate it or negotiate with either Orange or Ventura County. The balance of that money, $750 million, could be allocated to the unrealized liabilities that are highlighted in the county budget arising out of the action of probation officers who allegedly sexually assaulted children and youth. Not being a supporter of Droge or the current administration, we should look at the templates that they're using to for letters being sent to federal employees when we go about shutting down probation. The chief avoids attending the meetings. Winston Churchill said, "I no longer listen to what people say, rather I watch what they do. Behavior never lies." Not being able to get the table of organization when the table of organization is printed in the annual budget seems to be indicative of the resistance. Again, Churchill's quote, "I no longer listen to what people say, I watch what they do. Behavior never lies." Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to call-in user number 22. Your number starts with 213. You can unmute yourself by dialing stars. Yes, you can begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can begin.
Okay, my name is Jazar Holiday, and I disagree with the global plan. I'm from Youth Justice Coalition and formerly incarcerated youth. Moving youth has been disastrous in the past and traumatizing to youth. We have all already seen this tactic fail, specifically moving girls into a facility that was made from the ground up for boys. Their needs are so different. Any pauses in education, programming, essential mental health services, and related medication delivery could severely dysregulate youth in receiving treatment. This move will force youth to cope with all new facilities, new staff, youth interactions, provider schedules, etc., all of which are contrary to the most basic tenets of rehabilitation. Thank you.
Thank you. And final comment will be by Helen Eigenberg. Helen, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, you can begin.
Okay, thank you. Hi, good morning. All right, good afternoon. Helen Eigenberg. I just spent the morning out at Opportunity House in Westwood, and there's been a lot of talk of home-like settings. And Chief, I would encourage you, Your coworker, Eric Raleigh, knows all about Opportunity House. If you want to see what home-like settings look like, please go visit Opportunity House. It is a court to college program. It is thriving. The youth there are thriving. And it's what we should be talking about. Putting tiny homes, which I'm very familiar with, at Barry J is not a home-like setting. Los Padrinos is not a home-like setting. Judge Espinoza was there this morning, and he stated that Opportunity House, this is the future. And I thought this should be the now. So I would encourage you, Chief, to go check out Opportunity House and even anyone on the POC, because that is home-like settings where the youth will grow and thrive and heal. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'll turn back.
Okay, Chief, I understand that. Oh, there you are. That you, maybe a couple more questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Canales, Ship, followed by Terry, followed by Jackson.
Hi. Okay. Thank you very much. Chief, I just want to ask, because in the Board of Supervisors motion, it was, believed that you would be working with stakeholders. And as we've heard from many in the room here today, they are more than, willing to meet with you and work with you. And then there was a comment made by one of the gentlemen over there holding the line, the group over here, about the commissioners. We were not even included in the global action plan, but we have asked to be, so we would also like to be included as stakeholders. And as it is right now, as the way that it looks, just in my opinion, I think that there's so much more that we could do. The program that they mentioned, they have empty beds. The caller that just called in with the Opportunity House, which this is the first time hearing of the Opportunity House. I didn't even know about that. And then we have the fire camp in Pine Grove, and providing more opportunities for the youth. But I totally, I do not see the logic of the tiny homes. That's just it. And so my question would be, though, if we could look at revising this and including the stakeholders in the room that have asked to be included, as well as the commissioners. And since Chief Deputy Epps is no longer with you and was part of the creation of this, and then of course Sanford Rose also left the department, is there a new team working with you on this? Thank you.
Okay, so nobody has been hired as chief deputy. There's an acting chief deputy. And there will be an acting deputy director behind Rose. I think those announcements should come out, but there's been no new recruitment and new permanent folks. So we'll just have folks on the current management team, double duty and taking additional duties until we put another recruitment out. With respect to input, yes, absolutely. But I just don't want, I think there's a lot of confusion here on what the global plan is. And I think we have to go back to the beginning. This is a facilities global plan on the utilization of the sites that we have for the anticipated youth in our system. This is not there are all sorts of other efforts and requirements that have to do with how do we impact recidivism? How do we supervise people in the field? Do we have electronic monitoring? What type of recommendations are we making? Are we using the appropriate assessment tools? That's not part of the global plan. It is a facilities global plan on, I have to make a discretionary decision on what I believe the population we have to house on based on the data that we have. And then based on both the budget, the locations we have, the commitments that we have to DOJ, how we could best accomplish that and do better than what we're currently doing. So there's no disagreement that what we have is insufficient and it is the base. There's no disagreement there. I think where we're getting a little bit lost is I think folks want to put into the conversation all sorts of things that don't have to do with, I have to make a decision on what facilities are going to house whom, and then we decide how we're going to build out. So we do more than simply cosmetic changes, which is inappropriate, and we don't want to continue doing that. It's also a response to all of the things that we're required to do, which is to reimagine how we provide services for young people that came from the BOS, to come up with a solution for LP to have less population so we're more successful with the staffing component. And then there are a whole host of other considerations I have to take into account that cannot be public. The funding is transparent. I just presented the budget publicly. That's there. Everything is in there, but there are safety considerations for certain locations and why it can be used for one type of housing or not another. So some of the suggestions that say, why don't we use this facility for this? We can't, because it's a different type of facility and the infrastructure it would take to have the right security just isn't possible. So it's a long way of saying, I do want the input. I don't want to misguide people to think that the sky's the limit and we can come up with solutions that say, in LA County, we should build 24 small community. Like, that's not within my power, nor the budget, nor what's before. It's with what I have, what is the best utilization? Those are all good conversations and should be, but they're separate to this.
Thank you, Chief. And with all due respect, I mean, if there is a lack of understanding, it is also because there's been a lack of communication and availability. And I think if, maybe that door could even be opened, maybe we could address some of the issues.
Fair enough.
Commissioner Ship.
Yeah.
Is that one working?
Yeah. Real quickly, and I think like the commissioners touched on a bunch of my questions, so maybe just two. There's no mention of Pine Grove, but I seen in the budget presentation the DA mentioned Pine Grove, and that we don't have a lot of youth there. What is your plan around Pine Grove, and also why is it not mentioned, especially when you talk about depopulating a lot of these youth?
That's a great question. So Pine Grove is run by and funded by the state. We're consistently trying to recruit eligible SYTF young people to go to Pine Grove. For whatever reason, we've been unsuccessful. It is a voluntary program. Recently, we've had presentations by former Pine Grove firefighters that now have full-time jobs. We've had presentation by an actor that is very involved with the youth come down. So we're actively pursuing. I think it's underutilized. I would love to see more of our young people hear about it, know about it, and go to Pine Grove. Mr. Rayleigh is currently working on what we're missing in terms of being able to motivate young people to go to it. But it's not here because it's not our program. There are beds available to us, and I agree that it's underutilized.
Okay. And the reason why I'm asking these questions is because you talk about SYTF youth specifically and how they cannot go home. The courts charged them to you, but they can go to Pine Grove, right? And what I'm hearing is like that this is a facilities plan. This is focused towards facilities, but it's also focused towards the people in these camps, right?
Mm-hmm.
These young girls at DKC, they are doing a lot better inside that setting. At CVK, they're doing better in that setting. So sending CVK boys across the county back to Barry J, I don't know. I think that harms them a little bit. And I think a lot of commissioners touched on it, that it's a real frustration with this plan because we are moving these boys backwards. We are sending these girls across the county, away from their families, away from credible messengers, away from providers, away from everybody that is there to help them. So it's not just a facilities plan because it's moving everything from providers to credible messengers to staff, everything, right? So, and you said you would like a real recommendation. So I'll give you a real recommendation because I feel like we are not getting to that point of it, right? My recommendation to you is decarcerate as many youth as possible who are not 707B, right? For those other youth under SB 823, they're supposed to be in least restrictive placements, less restrictive placements. They are not, because Barry J is almost like a prison, right? So for that, we need to keep as many youth out of Barry J as possible. Send them to Pine Grove, send them to Camp Kilpatrick, send them to those other two camps that you wanted to consolidate, right? For as far as those youth in Camp Kilpatrick at the moment, they can be moved to the step downs because, like you said, they earned their places to be in step downs, and Camp Kilpatrick is supposed to be that. But we should not be moving youth back to our most restrictive placement at all. And so my recommendation to you is try to decarcerate, try to move youth away from this most restrictive placement, and try to keep these these youth in a place where they're accessible to providers, to staff, and people who care about them, because I think that's what's missing from this plan. And that's what community is expressing, a real concern for the youth.
Thank you.
So just to close the loop on this, what would be the formal way for people to provide the feedback? Because I do think, as many of us are touching on, there's a lack of trust. I think it takes a really long, we have to subpoena to get information that we ask for. I don't think anyone really feels confident that if we do provide the feedback, some of which has already been shared today and in this pros and cons document, that it will be meaningfully considered from community members, from current probation staff, that they'll actually have a way to say, oh, actually, this wouldn't work. I would have to be homeless in order to, because I'm not getting my salary. And I think, yeah, what's the formal way that people can share feedback? And what's the assurance that it'll be meaningfully taken? Because I think if the plan is approved for the facilities, and then the feedback comes, any recommendations are now within a container. It's like, well, what's your feedback given that all these changes have to occur?
Yeah. So DYD is going to assist probation in setting up future meetings and events so that we could take feedback from the community. We're grateful that they've offered. We're taking them up on the offer. They have credibility and they'll be able to do that. And that'll be specifically for this, for the global plan, to be able to get that feedback. That's going to be one avenue. I think that you received the recommendation, and of course, that's your decision on putting together a work group with folks and giving that as official recommendations with respect to this. And then if the global plan moves forward, remember, this is multi-year and there are different pieces. So even if it moves forward on the original pieces, there are going to be these formalized work groups for each one of the locations that are going to include the department heads that provide or their designees that provide the services. And that's also a place where we're going to figure out how to get input. So there are going to be multiple places to do that. And we do look for, again, I'm going to keep pushing on the idea that it has to be specific to what the question is at hand. There are all sorts of other issues in probation that have to do with the staffing, that have to do with all sorts of other questions that are not part of this plan. They don't go in this plan. That doesn't mean we don't want to engage in it, but in order to be productive, there's some decision points that have to be made with funding and pieces that, we have to get to those answers. Because I'll remind folks, I think we all agree that nobody is satisfied currently. And so I would hate for this to become a 5-10 year sort of project, and then the young people that need something better. That delay worries me, especially in large bureaucracies. And so I would hope that there's a way to take this input, make any necessary changes as possible, and not unnecessarily delay improvements for the conditions.
Commissioner Jackson.
Yes, thank you so much. And I appreciate you, Chief, offering us some clarity around what this plan is and what it's intended to do, because I was prepared to push back because there are like meatier areas that I'm more invested in that are lacking here. And now I understand what this is. What I will say is that the plan still does feel mission averse, right? Because it's focused on beautification and infrastructure, and it feels like it's focused on those things at the expense of focusing on the real internal issues. And it's very difficult for all of us to isolate the emotions from all of it, because they're real time, real issues that affect us all every day. So I just kind of want to defend that so that you understand where some of that is coming from. I think you understand it. The home-like environment thing always kind of trips me up a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm from South LA, I'm from the hood, right? And it's like most of us affected by this institution, we come from the hood. And so the concept of a home-like environment, it's like, well, when you come from a broken home, what does that even really mean? What are our neighborhoods look like? So probation's job in some respect is to help us create healthy concepts of what home is and what it's meant to be. And those things are not physical. Those things are immaterial. It's stability, it's support, it's safety, right? And so, yes, we're looking at these really lofty plans and we've got these modifications and all this construction. It abandons some of the core issues that we need right now. And so again, very difficult to isolate these things. And so it hints at some of it in the plan, but not substantively. And we need to see more of that to buy into the other things. So I'll just leave with that.
Yeah, no, look, I don't like home-like environment as a term either. It's a term that's including a bunch of our sort of legal documents, and it's sort of, we're stuck with it. But it sometimes it takes us further away from what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do is create an environment of positive relationships, and that starts with the interactions that they have with the employees, right?
Mhm.
That to me, when we talk about home like, it starts there before we even talk about the physical piece. But the physical is important because it informs folks on how we value them and how they see themselves. So having something that looks like a cell, and you have no time in the day to feel like a normal person that isn't being punished, that matters too. And with that respect, I think that we have to keep our eye on the ball, that long term, whatever investments we're going to make, these places, they have to be safe, but they also have to allow folks to engage in safety. For example, when I insist that I need a different location for our young women, it's because in order to feel safe, where you are matters. If you're in a facility where there are other boys and you may feel in danger when you're walking to school, that sets up possibly the remainder of the day for you and where you are emotionally and whether you feel safe or not. So there's a lot behind the decisions on why we think that separation of girls, why we think that these locations matter, because it sets up our ability to do all those other things that I think you're referencing, but that aren't in here. But I get your point that them not being in here doesn't allow you to sort of take a view of the whole thing.
Just one more, because the chief has been quite generous with the extra 15 minutes.
So sorry for taking up time, but I think here. Sorry. Actually, I started by saying I'm sorry, and I'm actually not sorry. So I take that back. I think part of what is so frustrating with this plan is that it doesn't account for the fact that none of this can occur in a silo. And you've created something that exists purely in a silo and that does nothing to meet the actual needs of young people, which I think is inherent in your mission and your intention. So this whole thing falls flat. There's no indication that any young person is interested in a small home Sunburst Academy replication. So that feels like it could potentially be a waste of money. There's no indication that the girls and gender expansive youth at Dorothy Kirby Center, their needs are not being met. There's no indication that consolidating Camps Page into Camps Page population into Camp Afflerbach and Rocky is going to result in anything better for these young people. In fact, you have a union that was celebrating your resignation in December, at least per Mr. Ford's letter to his staff. You have staff here who are saying they're deeply frustrated with you and the things that you have done. You have a DOJ settlement that that demands you to come into compliance with staffing. You have a BSCC mandate that states that you are out of compliance with staffing. And so while I understand that you were charged with coming up with a global plan, and when looking back at that motion, it actually primarily related to SYTFs, it does nothing to address what is at the core. All of these things are relational. And so it just feels like we're speaking in a vacuum. And so when we have folks here talking about decarceration and the way to meaningfully do that, and when we have folks talking about the fact that LAD scores indicate young people should be released, but you have staff that are overriding that, it is all directly related to the facilities that you actually need to house these young people and whether or not you even need them. To create a cop city out of Camp Scott and Scudder, an indoor firing range? Do any of your probation officers carry guns? I certainly hope not. It just, it falls so flat. I, that's, I guess I'm not asking a question, but just stating, I think, what many people are feeling.
No, I think we're done. Thank you. Okay, we are going to move to agenda item number 6. Is a report from the PLC Ad Hoc Committee on Community-Based Organization Relationships and Recent Findings. Commissioner Terry, Chair of the CBO Ad Hoc Committee, please proceed with your report.
Yeah. Okay. All right. A lot of movement in this meeting. I wanted to start by saying something positive, which is an event that we attended, and folks are leaving. No, I wanted to share something positive. It's okay. I'm kidding. I know we've been here a long time. I'll keep it brief. Commissioner Canales, myself, and Executive Director Wendy Julian were able to attend a really great event at Barry J. And I know a lot of times we don't share positive news, but I just wanted to share that the probation officers there did an amazing job putting together a Valentine's Day event for young people who had been incident-free for a period of time. It was wonderful. It was catered. They got to invite a special guest. There was a DJ. It was beautifully decorated, and it just was a really wonderful event. And so wanted to give that shout out. I know that Director Krista Newble is no longer there, and so we're really hopeful that the good work she started at Barry J will continue. Speaking of continuing work, I've come to several of these meetings talking about the recommendations that our ad hoc put forward to really strengthen programming in the facilities. Unfortunately, that work has stalled. The department agreed to implement most, if not all, of our recommendations. And in the last 3 months, we have not had any movement. We haven't gotten any updates on policies that we've provided input on. Now that Kimberly Epps has retired, she was our main point of contact. The new point of contact has not gotten back to us on our requests to meet. So the work seems to have stalled. And I think, you know, with all of this movement in the department, we know that programming is important and it needs to be stabilized. So we need to get some protocols and practices established so it can continue. So that's the spirit behind the motion that I wanted to put forth today, which is that probation would direct a representative to respond to our ad hoc committee to meet with us prior to the next PLC meeting. That representative should be prepared to respond to what progress has been made on all of the recommendations that we've been communicating about. We would request that they also respond back to us with the policy, the temporary departmental order that we had been providing input on, that they would share that in advance, and so that we could see how our recommendations have been integrated, and that this representative meet with us at least once a month until the ad hoc is disbanded. We've been in formation for almost a year. We need to kind of move forward. So that's the motion that I'm putting forth today.
If I can have a second.
Seconded by Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Commissioner Jackson. Okay. Any other commissioner that would like to comment? Commissioner Canales.
Thank you. Yes, I'll just second, you know, what was just said, everything that was just said. And I'd like to thank everybody that stayed behind. I know it's been a long day, but especially because community-based organizations, this is our ad hoc, and we have been striving and pushing and really wanting to make that a #1 priority, because we know that's what works. We know that's where the solutions lie. And, you know, so I really just want to lift that up on the efforts we have been making and being persistent, even when we get canceled on time and time again. We're not going away. And so I'm just very thankful for the motion you're putting forth, Commissioner.
Okay. We do not have any written public comment on this item. Is there anyone in the room who wants to make public comment on this motion for the public's benefit is attached to the agenda? It is the one that says POC motion for CBO relationship ad hoc committee. And it's a list of the 4 recommendations that Commissioner Terry just listed. I don't see anybody standing up in the room. Do we have anybody online? Okay. I didn't know you were here, Ms. Ross. Thank you for joining, and we would welcome your comment on this topic.
Thank you.
Ms. Ross, I think you probably have 2 things open with the meeting, maybe a phone and a computer. Can you mute one of them or turn off one of them? There's an echo.
I don't know. I don't have a phone on. I'm on my desktop.
We really can't hear you because it echoes everything that you say. I'm sorry about that. You want to try it one more time?
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Oh. No. I thought it did, but I don't think it's working. We'd love to have your comment in writing if you can email it to me or to Janae, and we'll attach it to the agenda. I'm sorry the audio isn't working. Any other online public comments? Okay. Are you ready for a vote?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Any other? Okay. All right. Please vote yes, no, or abstain on this motion that is attached to the agenda. And I'll note that Commissioner Meredith had to leave. Commissioner Canales?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kakani?
Yes.
Commissioner Meredith has left. Commissioner Prater absent. Commissioner Shipp?
Yes.
Commissioner Terry?
Yes.
And Commissioner Mundo?
Yes.
So 7-0, that motion passes with Prater and Meredith absent.
Okay, I spoke to Director Julian, and unless there is an objection, we'd like to table item 7 for the next meeting. Perfect, a lot of thumbs up there, good emojis. Now we'll go to item number 8.
Do we need to vote on that though?
I don't think so.
Oh, well,
We
I
did it?
seconded it. There's an item.
Okay. I will make a motion to table. I would like a second.
I second that.
Connie seconds.
Any public comment on the motion to table item number 7? Please read the reports. They're really awesome. Okay, so we have to call the roll. Actually, maybe we can do a voice vote.
Okay, all those.
Aye.
Aye.
Good. Okay, now we move on to item 8 for matters not posted on the agenda to discuss or place on a future meeting agenda for action. Commissioners, do you have any announcement or items you would like placed on a future agenda? Commissioner Jackson.
I do. I'd like to agendize a budget presentation from probation. I think we're long overdue for that. We'd like to know where money is coming from and going, well, where it's going mainly. So yeah, for the next meeting.
And that would include overtime. That would include overtime, correct?
Yes, yes.
Actually, the where it's coming from is also interesting because there are a variety of sources that probation receives information, receives budget, including some pass-through sources from other governmental levels that have to go to probation, and then general fund expenditures. So the buckets of where the money comes in is also interesting.
And absolutely, let's include that as well.
Perfect. Commissioner Canales.
Yes, and
I
I
had
just
a
want to
part
say real
B.
quick, I want to lift up Mozella Evans, who has been at Los Padrinos working with community-based organizations, and they've been organizing family meals where 1 unit at a time, where the family members could come in and they're able to interact and eat together, and just the efforts that are taking place there with the community-based organizations, and then having resources for the families as well, not just asking them to show up, but being able to provide a way for them to get there and assisting like that. Thank you.
Commissioner Jackson.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if this rises to the level of like an agenda item, but Commissioner Terry and I were discussing earlier, and I really want to see the probationer survey thing through if we can. And
Yes.
so if we're able to, I mean, we didn't get to mention it to Chief Villarosa either, but should you list the things that you have? Did you have a list of things? Yeah. I mean, if it's worth sharing.
Well, no, I think we can just. We were just kind of interested in if we were able to do that
survey with probationers, and it sounds like there's been surveys with staff. It's kind of like an effort to connect some of the data points that we've been talking about, the decline in numbers. If the numbers are going down, why can't folks who are deployed go back to the field offices? So wanting to kind of start that survey as a starting point and talk about the logistics.
And we have our leadership conference on Monday, so we can flesh that out and see what that looks like.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
It's okay. Anything else? Okay, Commissioner Ship.
Yeah, and maybe it falls under budget, but also like a focus on like JJRBG, like how Josh talked about, or like JJCC spending, like, and how that looks for SYTF youth, et cetera.
Okay. So before we move on to agenda item number 9, I started coming to these commission meetings when they were the old version of it. And there was maybe 1 or 2 people there as public. And today, sitting here watching all these probation officers come to this meeting in comfort and have the understanding that this is the space where their voice can be heard, not only demonstrated courage, but it demonstrates that they have more than just an interest in keeping their jobs. They have an interest in making sure that this process works. The one thing that really did strike me today was the Youth Coalition. Just sitting here listening to them and understanding where we've come was just, it really was impactful for me. So they're not here. I was hoping I can say this when they were here, but if they catch the end of this, because it's nail biting, I hope you guys understand that you're more than welcome and encouraged to be here with your voice. So with that said, agenda number 9 is an invitation for members of the public to address the commission on items not on the agenda. Wendy, please facilitate public comment.
Thank you. I'm actually going to start with Audrina, and then we'll go back to in person. Is Audrina still online? Audrina, I thank you for holding on, and you're welcome to have your full 2 minutes to speak.
Hello?
Yes, you can begin.
Okay. As far as services, I mentioned more than once about probation misconstruing behavior issues with a youth disability and not servicing them. For years, probation has not been providing my son with the services he needs. He's left to figure out ways to channel his disabilities in a positive way without his medication. One way that helps him is writing his feelings down in his notebook and journaling. I brought up to his caseworker, Miss Landon, multiple times my son's disabilities, and she failed to document it or have any meeting with me in order for me to provide her with these important documents. Instead, she severed all communication ties with me, and at court, she used my son's disabilities against him as behavior problems. Then she removed herself from his case to avoid consequences. Give me 1 second. During a Christmas event in front of others, she was complaining about my son's constant need to journal, which is the only thing that helps him with his disability, and trying to take away the only thing that helps so he can struggle more and to ensure he has a negative experience. I have many questions for her. Until this day, she's been refusing to have a meeting with me to answer any of my concerns or questions. My son has been a target for retaliation because of my participation at POC. What can be done to protect youth from the department's retaliation, which is silencing parents from speaking and attending POC meetings? Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bell. Thank you, Audrina.
I just wanted to make real quick. One, I know we just heard the facility global plan today, but I feel like we need a field global plan too. I would ask the commission to really press the department to come up with a field global plan to see where they want to go with our field, as we see as in disarray right now. You know, not just the juvenile side. I know you guys are all juvenile advocates, but not just the juvenile side, but there's adults. There's people my age, older than me on probation that they need services as well, and they're not getting it. You know, and so I feel like we need, if you guys could press a global plan for the field and what the department has for the field. Also, I just want you guys to really press the need to keep Camp Page open. I know that kind of got killed with the whole Kilpatrick thing, which I don't agree with either. But we also need to make sure that we keep Camp Page open, because that without Camp Page being open, that's one less place that these youth has to go. That means they stay in LP a lot longer. The numbers are going to go higher. And, once they hit camp, the clock starts ticking to their freedom. And they know that. We know that. They either get out early, they get out their regular time, or either way. But their clock is ticking. They have something to look forward to. That's what camp brings. So we closing it. They stay in LP longer, doing dead time. And that's not helpful for anybody. So I just wanted to throw those two things out there before I left, and have a blessed day.
Thank you. I'm going to have to keep a record of how many times you agree with Commissioner Jackson, who has been asking for a strategic plan for the department since I met her 4.5 years ago. Commissioner Pettis? I'm sorry. I just elevated you to commissioner. You're welcome.
I just want to, I'll
Mr.
take it. I'll
Pettis.
take it. I'll just want to thank everyone at the commissioners, each one of you, just for hearing, because like I said, when I try to go home and tell my wife that I'm at home for half a year and try to explain that, and she's not within the system. And it's just been really hard. I mean, I talked to officers who have lost their homes or marriages. Some have lost their children because they couldn't get the child support. It just goes on and on. So I just thank you for just hearing us so we can move it forward. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, I apologize for my comments, for my time, for your time. So several things. I remember one of the commissioner mentioned that she said she hoped the probation officer do not carry a gun on the field or something. Well, I have absolutely opposite opinion on that. So when the probation officer are dealing with someone on the field, they were dealing with the gangsters. They were dealing with the gangs, dealing with the serial murder, whatever, all those violent offense. They don't have a gun. That guy can pull up a knife. That guy can pull up a whatever machete or whatever. So when the officer doesn't have a gun, I'm concerned about the safety of the probation officer right there to begin with. Second is that I disagree with the board, with our director, that we continue to blame the department. We continue to blame the chief, that we continue to ignore the fact that those individuals, they are the one who made the choice to commit a crime in the first place. I don't believe somebody forced you to commit a crime. I don't believe anyone, force you to rape a woman. Someone force you to commit rob a bank or anything. But it's your own desire. And then after that, when you end up in jail, in prison, and then you end up in the probation, and then somehow everybody blame the chief, the department didn't provide good services. But it seems like you are no longer in charge of your own individual behaviors anymore. So right now I understand, after I commit a crime, I blame the chief. After I commit a crime, I blame the department, instead of blaming myself, why I made that wrong choice to commit a crime to begin with. And then I also heard several comments about decarcerate woman, decarcerate girl. I also do not understand that comments that, so you are saying that a woman commit a crime, they have to be decarcerated. When a man commit a crime, they have to stay in jail, in prison. So
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is CA and I'm with Layup. I'm not usually one for public comment, but I'm hoping to make a few requests of the commission, of the board, and maybe ground us back into what we were talking about today. So first and foremost, thank you for your comments and the budget presentation requests. I think it's really important on where we're looking where the money comes from. And what limitations are on that money, because probation thinks that they can spend it wherever and however they like. So if we really get down to the limitations on the funding, and I would like for the commission to revisit the motion that the chief is convinced limits the plan to a facility. I think that's an interpretation of the motion and not necessarily what he's claiming. Because these things can't be done in silo or in isolation. They're deeply relational. That's what we heard from community. That's what we're hearing from all of you. Another thing I'd like to request is not the assumption that gender expansive and queer folks are looped in with the girls. because they are not clearly stated in the plan, and that lack of clarity is a real risk of their safety. And not all trans and queer young people have the same needs as girls. And we need to be very diligent in that assessment. And I would like us to track, if we can, maybe together. Layup has some analysis and assessment of your pros and cons that we'd love to share with you. But another thing is, what else is happening in the county while this plan, quote unquote, if passed, is implemented? And one of them being is the safe healing centers that is dedicated and focused on girls and gender expansive youth, led by DYD, along with the LA model that they've committed to that they're clearly not following themselves. So thank you.
Thank you, Sia. Okay, we have 2 speakers online, and then we will wrap up public comment for today. And we'll start with Lindsay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can begin.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Lindsay Eichenberger. I'm here with the Arts for Healing and Justice Network. I'm joining my colleagues in the room in sharing deep concerns about the proposed global plan. And we will continue to redirect the conversation to decarceration for young people in LA County whenever possible. Like many have said, there is nothing home-like about jails. This plan continues to move in the same way about investing more money into home-like environments when we should be investing that money directly into community, into CBOs, to return young people to actual homes, things like safe healing centers, all of these things that have been promised for so long. And the goal should never be to fabricate the feeling of home to make incarceration more comfortable. We cannot invest in illusions. The chief is proposing building literally a house of cards, and Real Community is in the room right now offering the suggestions that he claims to be open to hearing. The community has been ready, is already doing the work to bring young people home. They are bringing young people home, getting them what they need, despite great effort to derail that work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lindsay. And we'll go next to Stacy Burns, who will be our final speaker today.
I would like to put on the POC's radar the question of what the continuing role is of probation to review the youth to determine the propriety of continued incarceration. So the chief seemed to suggest that they're quite passive and that they just, have to listen to the courts and then find places for people. But Judge Espinosa has a different view. And he said at the last hearing on this BSCC issue that it was incumbent upon probation to report to the courts when they felt that circumstances surrounding a particular youth had changed. Judge Espinosa then ordered probation to do a review of all of the youth at Los Padrinos, and at the request of probation, he ordered that the public defender and the DA participate in the process to determine whether any of them should be released or returned to the community in one way or another. And so I think there's a disconnect about how probation sees its role and how the court sees their role. And I would like, it seems to me that a continuing review for each youth, it could be one youth a day, and you could do this on a quarterly basis, is an important component sort of to the entire rehabilitation system. So I just wanted to put that out there for the POC to consider. And the second thing was just for the youth that are at LP because they don't have a safe home to return to, I think they should be front and center, and they should be out of there with the help of other departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. So with that, we are now at item 10, adjournment of the regular meeting of March 13, 2025. Thank you all for joining us and sharing your comments. As a quick reminder, be sure to follow us on social media and subscribe to our YouTube channel at LA County PLC. To receive reminders about our upcoming meetings, visit our website at plc.lacounty.gov to subscribe to our email listing. It is now 1:43. Can I have a motion to adjourn today's meeting? We have a motion from Kakani and a second from Commissioner Harris. Commissioners, please unmute yourselves and vote with the voice vote.
Aye.
Aye. It is now 1:44. On motion of Commissioner Kakani and Commissioner Harris, today's meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.